A tiny bit late, but I'm calling the regular meeting of the Stuart City Commission for the 14th of July, 2025 to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Rich,
Here.
Vice Mayor Collins,
Here.
Commissioner Clark,
Here.
Commissioner Giobe,
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And I know we're all glad to see back. To provide this afternoon's invocation is Chaplain Ed Skiba from the Stuart Police Department. Stand.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, City Attorney, thank you. And most importantly, the citizens of Stuart, I thank you for this opportunity to come before you and to bring the presence of the Almighty into this proceeding. Let's go before the Lord. Our God and our Father, great creator of the universe, you raise up leaders to bring their head above the crowd and to do the things that most people find too difficult to do. I ask your wisdom, guidance, and direction on each one of our leaders up here that we have elected to take care of the business of everyday life. We live in a country right now that's being torn apart. We're almost split right down the middle in two different factions. Your word tells us that a house divided against itself cannot stand. Lord, we ask for your intervention. Bring us back together in peace and unity. Help us to understand your plan for this great nation. Bless this city and all the proceedings we're about to have today. Let wisdom prevail in everything we do. All this we pray in your precious name. Amen. Will you please join me now in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Proclamations. Mr. Baggett, will you read our first proclamation, please?
18th Annual Treasure Coast Waterway Cleanup Week, July 19th through the 27th, 2025. Whereas the state of Florida has been blessed with abundant, diverse, and wondrous natural resources, which include freshwater springs, the Gulf, Atlantic, Everglades, and the Treasure Coast very own savannas, St. Lucie River and Indian River Lagoon. And whereas the Indian River Lagoon, St. Lucie River, and their many tributaries are an important part of what makes the Treasure Coast special, providing numerous habitats to our plants and wildlife, the basis for commerce and tourism, countless recreational opportunities, and a source of inspiration and awe. And whereas our growing population and poor behaviors have negatively impacted the health of our waterways in many ways, including one that is hard to miss, litter. Tons of garbage litter our waterways and shorelines. Many citizens of the Treasure Coast have come together to do something about it, to clean our waterways as part of a larger effort to protect our quality of life and save our rivers. And whereas the 18th Treasure Coast Waterway Cleanup will be held on July 26, 2025, thanks to the hard work and dedication of the Marine Industry Association of the Treasure Coast, Inc., in conjunction with the Florida Navigation District sponsors and thousands of volunteers, the City of Stuart has a substantial and passionate boating community in Florida and here on the Treasure Coast, and is committed to maintaining and enhancing the quality of life not only within the city but also within our Treasure Coast region. Now, therefore, I, Campbell Rich, Mayor of the City of Stuart, Florida, do hereby proclaim the week of July 19th through the 27th, 2025, as the 18th Annual Treasure Coast Waterway Cleanup Week.
And accepting this proclamation on behalf of the Marine Industries Association of the Treasure Coast is Rob McKeon and April Price, event coordinator for the Treasure Coast Waterway Cleanup, and Ann Hawkins. I take it Mr. McKeon is not here.
Mr. McKean was I expected him here, but has had a delay, obviously, so, because he's not here at the moment. So, first, I want to say thank you for being our partners from the very first year we started this. And some of you remember when that was, Ms. Clark. And we've been, we were all about creating responsible boating in the region, and making sure that boaters were responsible and knew that not only their duties for boating safety, but knew their duties for personal responsibility while out on the water, which includes their own litter and trash. And that's why we started this event when we did, way back in 2008. This being our 18th year since that time regionally, because we go from Hope Sound all the way to Sebastian. And we have removed 105 tons of trash since we started this in the beginning. Initially, we averaged well over 10 tons the first 3 years that we ran this event. And then we had almost a decade of around 8 to 7 tons. And for the last 3 to 4 years, we've been well under 4 tons and really closer, much closer. Last year, we were under 3 tons. Wow. So with us and everybody who's been involved for all these years, the message for personal responsibility has gotten out, and everybody's doing a better job. So thank you for your continued support. Ann Hawkins is a rock star for you guys, and so are all your city employees who jump in on board and help out every year. And we appreciate your sponsorship. We appreciate the Shepherd's Park boat ramp redo. And we appreciate the fact that you guys have been with us for a long time. Another note that I just wanted to say is our Stuart Boat Show this year made sure, because they've taken on a pledge to make sure that they arrive with a clean footprint and leave with a clean footprint. They did cleanups on both ends, both prior to their setup in the neighborhood and after, by boat, to just make sure that they had not left anything behind that was going to cause a problem for you all sitting there on the dais. So and removed, I want to say they had picked up at least 150 pounds of trash that they, outside of the venue, that they, not all that was created by the boat show, but stuff that they did for the neighbors. And it's a good opportunity for them to get out and talk to the neighbors too, pre and post events. So these are just some of the things we do, and know that you've been a long-term supporter of boating for this region, and we appreciate it, and it's respected. So thank you.
Thank you. How much did you pick up this year?
This year it was, okay, this last year, 2.16 tons in the whole region.
Right.
In the city of Stuart alone, we removed 1.7 tons, and that was for our cleanup week and during the day of the event. And we had 135 volunteers participate just in the city of Stuart boundaries alone.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed this year. I was there last year, but
It's actually at the end of this month.
Yeah, we haven't,
Oh, I thought it
no,
was-
that was
I
last
thought it
year.
was-
No, we're upcoming.
Oh, I'll be there.
No, you can be there.
No, I won't. That's right, I won't.
It's easy.
I will be out of this.
Show up or see Ann. She'll make sure you get registered and get what you need. So thank you all for your long-term support.
Give him a rake for now. Congratulations.
Mr. Baggett, item number 2, please.
Parks and Recreation Month, July 2025. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the City of Stuart, and Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. Encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, fitness programs, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, environmental education, and socialization are critical to childhood development. Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. Now, therefore, I, Campbell Rich, Mayor of the City of Stuart, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month.
And accepting this proclamation on behalf of the City of Stuart are Mr. Jim Trolsky, someone named Milton Leggett, and Darminique Butler.
And since I'm here at the station, going to run a little video for you, Mr. Redstone and Darminique Butler are going to
Okay.
present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mike Redstone, Manager for the Recreation side. I'm no Jim Korolski, but I'll step in and take care of this. I'd also like to recognize staff that is here with us that play integral role. Jada Butler, who is our front desk specialist. Dennis Rivera, who takes care of all of our special event permitting. Jessica Tharp, who is our assistant manager for recreation. Jeff Hughes in the back that takes care of our athletic side of it. So I'd like to also introduce Darminique Butler, who's been with us for many, many years on the city side of it. And she's going to tell you a little bit about Parks and Recreation Month. And then afterwards, we're going to show a little quick video of what we've been doing over the past year. So to give you a quick little view. Darminique?
Thank you. There we go. Good evening. For 40 years, the nation has celebrated Parks and Recreation Month in July to promote building strong, vibrant, and resilient communities through the power of parks and recreation. This month is dedicated to recognizing and celebrating the more than 160,000 full-time park and recreation professionals, along with hundreds of thousands of part-time and seasonal workers and volunteers who maintain our country's local, state, and community parks. This year's theme, Build Together, Play Together, celebrates how parks and recreation professionals help create thriving communities. So this July, you can join the City of Stuart for Parks and Recreation Month as we celebrate how Stuart is stronger, more vibrant, and more resilient because of Parks and Recreation. The City of Stuart Recreation Division is celebrating Parks and Recreation Month, an initiative of the National Recreation and Parks Association, by inviting our community to share their experiences, memories, and stories about what Parks and Recreation means to them. Local park and recreation agencies are uniquely suited to serve as community wellness hubs, connecting all members of the community to programs and services that advance health equity, improve health outcomes, and enhance quality of life. Local parks and recreation agencies play a vital role in the protection of our environment through green infrastructures, maintenance of public lands, and preservation of wildlife habitats, and more. We are leading initiatives in providing opportunities for people of all ages, abilities, and identities to achieve healthier lifestyles, promote and understand nature and environmental resilience, as well as bring the community closer through a variety of programs and services. We encourage everyone in the City of Stuart to come celebrate the powers of Parks and Recreation with us this July. To view a calendar of all activities, please visit us at stuartrec.com. Thank you.
Thank you. That's an old leader.
unabashed and is very enthusiastic and skilled in dribbling, passing, and goal scoring.
Thank you for that opportunity to present our Parks and Recreation Department and our proclamation.
Everybody look this way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
You certainly may.
Mr. Churlsky, I didn't see anything like with the senior meal program or with the community cleanup that is facilitated through the Recreation Department.
There was one slide in there that showed Miss May from our congregate meal program. There was a lot going on there.
Okay,
Two of them? Yeah, okay, good.
okay.
Did we get Helen in there?
Okay, I fell asleep during that, I'm sorry.
Did you do that with that music?
All right, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Jessica.
Chosky. We only have one service award this afternoon, and unfortunately, she cannot be here, and is recognition of Miss Charvella Whitehead in the Police Department for 25 years of service, so congratulations. So, Mr. Mortel, we have the Stuart of Vulnerability Assessment Report. Do we just want to go right to
Pass
Mr.
that
Cap?
Directly off, well, I don't know if Ben had a few.
Ben,
words or
I'm
not,
sorry,
or
Mr.
we
Hogarth,
can,
would you like to introduce this presentation for us?
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners. Ben Hogarth for the record. Just to give kind of just a brief introduction of where this came from, it's been, I think, now 6 years coming for this project. It was back in 2019 that the state of Florida sort of mandated vulnerability assessments around the state. The city of Stuart's Public Works Department at the time included utilities. The large department filed for a grant through the state for 100% of the coverage costs of the vulnerability assessment. Actually got the assessment, and then later we included an adaptation plan, so we got an additional $50,000 for the project. What these vulnerability assessments are is basically similar to what we were talking about at the last meeting with, where we're placing budgets as far as stormwater goes and projects of that nature and infrastructure. This is going to speak to a lot of that, and hopefully, I hope by the end, answer a lot of the questions about maybe which drainage projects, which neighborhoods might be most affected by storms and storm events and flooding. So vulnerability assessments are happening all around the state. You're going to see that more than 90% of Florida counties are going to be complete with their assessments by the end of the year. The state of Florida has also budgeted hundreds of millions of dollars over the next few years, each year, for these projects. So the urgency for cities and counties to go for infrastructure project dollars is immediate. We now, as of this year, qualify for those grants. And I believe the due dates are coming up pretty soon, the next couple of months. And we'll have our contractor for this project, CapTech, who is here, who will speak more to it. This presentation is a little bit more technical in nature, so I apologize about any of that, but staff is going to be here, and so is the contractor and the consultant, CapTech, who will be able to answer, hopefully, any questions that you do have. But my hope is that with this presentation, which is also a part of the grant requirement, it'll maybe answer some of those questions about neighborhood impacts in the future. I'm sure you all receive emails on a regular basis about flooding, and my hope is that this will speak to a lot of that. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Joe Capra from CapTech, who will start the presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners. First of all, thank you for allowing us to do this. I haven't been working on this for 6 years, but I have been working on several components that are probably will benefit from this study. So Again, actually, I'm going to have James Carnes. He's a professional engineer. He's a veteran. He is going to be giving the presentation. He's been a professional engineer with CapTech for several years now. And he'll go through it in detail, but, you know, again, I think it's important to recognize that this has been requested by DEP for coastal communities. It's being paid for in a grant by DEP. Also, we should recognize that we will be coordinating and have been coordinating this study with Martin County. So obviously, information on this will be consistent with the information they are presenting to their community residents as well as their boards and so forth. A couple things, I just want to get into a couple of items that may not be evident because it is a technical presentation. I'm sure you'll be bored to tears on parts of it, and some of it is kind of hard to follow if you don't pay attention to some of the units, okay? Because it's like anything else. You know, sometimes we talk about elevations that are in NAVD, and some, that's a datum, okay? That's from 0 is sea level, okay? And we may say elevation 3. Or you might say a difference in elevations, which is in feet. So I just want to make sure everybody understands when you do go through the report and so forth, you're going to see those things and you're going to say, is that an elevation or is that the difference in elevation? So I just want to make sure that's understood. Essentially, what you're going to see in the beginning of the report is basically, we mentioned sea level rise, and that's based on tables and charts that have been created by NOAA and the Army Corps of Engineers. And so you'll see sea level, which is an elevation, and then you'll see rises in high tide. That's one component of it. So you start with sea level and high tide, then you have storm surge, and all of this comes up with an elevation which we call compound flooding. So that's one of the elements in the study that, if you want to keep it straight, that's essentially one part of it. Another component of the study talks about critical facilities, okay? There are regional critical facilities such as transportation, bridges, and so forth. And then there are local critical facilities such as this building, okay, or the hospital and so forth. So there are a variety of critical facilities. There's about 4 different categories, one of them being transportation and stormwater, okay? And so that's hence the reason why we brought up the idea of stormwater management. We believe a lot of communities, and we have ourselves been utilizing stormwater management projects and using vulnerability dollars from the state legislature to pay for those. And essentially, they've given out money for the construction of those facilities, okay, improvements and so forth. What they've told us now is you have to finish the study, the one that we finished for you here now, before you can get those dollars in the future. And pretty much, as which is mentioned, this year, 2025 to 2026, the state has allocated $835 million statewide, which I know it's a big state and so forth, but they've allocated $835 million for resiliency. So it's important that you think about going after those grant funds, okay? And again, that application is due for that $835 million on September 1st, so you only have a couple months to do that. So I'm bringing that to your attention because I think it's an item that I know in some of the municipalities I've worked on, we've been successful in getting resiliency money. You've been successful in getting planning money, but we've been successful in getting large sums of money from this funding source. So we'd highly recommend you look at that. And again, one of the categories of vulnerability in critical facilities is transportation and stormwater management. And I bring up the fact that you currently have a stormwater management report, okay, that we did in 2022, okay, 2022. And quite frankly, this is actually outdated right now, right? Actually, we'll be doing another one because you've been getting so many complaints about some of the stormwater items happening throughout the city. And in this report, there was about $12 million of improvements. Now, you've been able to hit a few of them, but that's a lot of money. So that's why those vulnerability funds are going to be important to you. It's hard to find this money, and a lot of times that money comes with matches that you have to provide. And of course, every time we do this is we take your money and we basically use that as a portion of the match. Sometimes it's 25%, sometimes it's less than that. But the fact of the matter is we take that and we leverage your money for these grants. So it's important that we think about the grant aspect of this. without going into a lot of detail, there was 7 tasks to complete on this grant, okay? Again, we looked at a predicted sea level elevation. A lot of this information was provided by the state in different studies. We didn't do those items. What we did is took that information and related to critical facilities in the city of Stuart and Martin County. So I just want you to know, a lot of people think, well, you created some of the stuff. No, we didn't. We basically took the information from various studies. They were very specific statewide of what they wanted us to use, what year of the study and so forth. You could read the paper today and you'll hear about you'll hear about sea level rise. And every day it's a different elevation, a different amount. So I just want you to know we have a set date and time of those studies that we utilize to create this study. So some of them you may say are outdated, but those are the ones they did statewide. So I just want to make sure you understand that aspect of this. What we have provided in this report is not only just wording and so forth. We try to limit the wording. We provided tables so you can see comparison, and we provided maps that you can distinguish the information a little bit better. Sometimes it's a little bit easier to distinguish. We used the GIS subconsultant that mapped all the information, predicted the elevations, and these are done citywide and so forth. So again, critical assets, those were determined by a steering committee that basically are key employees of the city. So those were done a little while ago. And so everything that's in here pretty much was provided by a lot of people. We did put it all together and so forth. But anyways, with that, I'm going to let James get into some details, okay? Some of those details, remember, make sure we talk about a difference in elevation versus a actual elevation from 0 being sea level, okay? So, James, you want to get up and talk about that?
Thank you, Ben, Joe, members of the commission. It seemed to be a pretty comprehensive introduction, so I appreciate that. So let's get into it. The report of the scope, many of this has been touched on, but we're one of the many municipalities in the area that are suffering from aging infrastructure as well as increased storm events. In an effort, Florida legislator had mandated DEP, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, to generate a statewide vulnerability assessment, which would in turn be used for vulnerability grants that would be prepared for sea level rise as well as future storm events. Through that, we received a grant. The City of Stuart was one of those grant receivers. As stated earlier, we're hoping to get 95% of the state to have vulnerability assessments completed by 2026. We heard by the end of the year, 90%. These are all state funded, and they do follow Florida state statute requirements. A lot of these requirements were generated by the Army Corps back quite a few years ago, and this follows their format. And mostly we're here to protect the assets from sea level rise and future storm events. So why are we planning for the future? This graph is one used quite frequently in sea level rise. You'll notice we have a blue line and we have a dotted blue line, which represents sea level rise over time. Presently, we know that the City of Stuart has been engaging in living shorelines, shoreline stabilization. These are natural and nature-based protections to mitigate erosion and things of that nature. When the sea level increases to what you have the dotted line, we have to go to more extreme events, more man-made provisions. That starts with levees. That starts with raising houses. That ends with making sure your evacuation routes during these events are clear and available to your public. And utmostly, when these things do happen, there's no regular outfall for your drainage. So there's drainage stormwater systems that are put in place with pumps to pump it over the levees so you don't create a bathtub in the community. So these are some of the measures we'll be using at some distant time in the future to combat these issues. We have 7 tasks. Originally only had 6, but Ben was able to acquire the 7th, which is the adaptation plan. I know Joe briefly went over this. The task 1 was assemble the steering committee. That was a completely city-based component that was derived by Ben and I believe your predecessor, Ms. May, to generate a group of people in directorship positions that were in charge of departments that can help mitigate these issues to the assets you were responsible for. It could be stormwater, it could be water, it could be sewer, it could be roadways, it could be buildings. a myriad of assets. We have a public meeting as part of task number 2 to express these findings. Task 3 is pretty much the nuts and bolts. We have to create the critical and regional asset inventory. One of the things we talked about was evacuation routes. There's a lot of streets in and out of the city that you're not responsible for, but you want to know what those impacts are at different elevations so you can help have these collaborative conversations with your other community members to try and mitigate some of these issues. Determine topographic data and flood scenario. Flood scenario data was provided to us by NOAA, and we had some assistance from Martin County with respect to tidal flooding and storm surge. The topographic data, we utilized North Star Geomatics, which uses LiDAR and DEM to provide a topographic survey of your city, which is then used to impose these flood elevations to determine what your vulnerabilities were. We did an exposure analysis, which to show that on the map. The sensitivity analysis pretty much takes every single asset you have and assigns a none, low, medium, or high criticality to it. Each asset's somewhat different. When you're talking about buildings, you're talking about how close the water is to the finished floor elevation or the controlled flood elevation. When we're talking about stormwater, utilities, water, sewer, lift stations, of that nature, we wanted a percentage effect. It was much difficult to quantify the large asset class number sets you have for this. So we do have individual sheets for that, and essentially low is less than 10%, 10 to 25, and then 25% or over is high. We put this together, obviously, in this report, and the next step we'll be working with Ben on is an adaptation plan, which is putting together measures to help mitigate the next 20 or 30-year vulnerability assessments. So task
Before you
one.
go on, could I just
Sure.
ask you, item number 4, you said you relied on NOAA data.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the date that data was produced?
So the datum is put at base 0, so it's not based upon mean water level, so it's feet. So we go through and adjust it for mean high water level, which is the NOAA datum itself. So we're working with a bunch of different numbers, but.
What generated that data in 2020 or 2022 or 20?
So the data we're using from NOAA is from 2017.
2017?
2017.
Wow, okay.
As stated at that time, they didn't have the 2022 data. They did start this program in 2019. They've morphed these requirements several times over, and I do believe they have a 2022 data set available. Couldn't acquire it before we got here because I wanted to show you guys a comparison of those two, but everything is 2017, everything's standardized. I'd presume after this, and they collect all of the comprehensive data, you'll be looking at 5 or maybe 10-year updates. So I would anticipate something by 2017.
If NOAA's around.
2027, sorry.
I'll be there just a day.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Continue.
So a steering committee was assembled on May 25th and May 19th. Pretty much regurgitated some of the line items that were from the grant, wanted to figure out who was going to be involved in it, what the purpose of and what was the goals, what was the date requirements in order to achieve the milestones, what's the draft list of assets, and what's the general outline for delivery. And task 2 is today. Critical assets, these categories were given to us by the grant. City streets, bridges, roadways, marinas, airports, we know that's a collaborative effort. We're all utilizing these sources, even though we're not all completely in control over them. So we wanted to make sure we had that comprehensive list moving forward. Critical infrastructure, that's everything that keeps people safe, right? You talk about the reclamation, water facilities, lift stations, stormwater retentions, stormwater conveyance systems, water interconnects with your neighboring utilities, and electric substations. Critical community and emergency facilities, EOC, fire stations, police stations, school board, property appraisers. There's a long list of those assets we want to make sure are protected during and after these events. And then natural, cultural, and historical resources, obviously the downtown, we're talking the Cultural Center, the Lyric and Barn Theater, and the Heritage Museum. Topographic data, a lot of this data we did receive from the Martin County property appraisers. You guys have some LiDAR data on there. Where we were missing data, we went with the DEM, and when we didn't have it there, we had as-built and topographic maps that we utilized to supplement those gray areas of information. And then we have the flood scenario data, which was provided by NOAA, and then the tidal flooding and storm surge and subsequent compound flooding was a collaborative between us and Martin County. This is an example. There's about 4 or 5 of these in the report. This is all we can fit on this slide and clearly recognize what these items are. These are the assets that staff determined we need to protect. It doesn't seem like a lot, but when you look at the data set, it's a little overwhelming. We have one category for city streets. 1,300 miles of city streets we evaluated during this assessment. That pictorially you can see in the maps. But then we also have one on here for the tax collector. So there's not really see the amount of data sets that you have in this list. And you can actually see it when you look at the maps. There's around 320 maps that show all these different critical assets and all these different scenarios. But this is the general format that we used, and these are the ones we're looking to protect. Exposure analysis, I stated earlier, 2040 and 2070. The next slides kind of show what those projection charts are and what they mean over different scenarios. But 2040 and 2070, intermediate low and intermediate high. They just took out the extremes, they took out the middle, and they took out the bottom end of the curves and went extreme on the variability that can occur during these events. One of the things that we wanted to look at was what our tidal gauges were around us. Now, NOAA has some close. They have some in Jensen, Stuart, in that area. Those were not recognized for this study. So we utilized Daytona Beach, and we used Miami and interpolated the information together to determine what our effects are going to be. And you'll see that on the next slide. The storm surge, 100-year storm, and sea level rise, again, partner with Martin County to come up with these. That's the storm surge, and then tidal flooding, both contributing factors that come up with your compound flooding and the compound flooding component. So this is the first chart that's going to seem a little cumbersome. So what you have on the left, this is your Daytona, this is your Miami Beach, and these are the different levels that we have derived from this chart for the 2040 intermediate low, 2070 intermediate low, 2040 intermediate low high, and 2070 intermediate low high. There's a lot of charts on here. They told us just to focus on these middle ones. We'll just give you an idea of what we're talking about here. This is feet and not elevation. We still have to extrapolate that to the mean high water level. This is just base 0 feet, assuming whatever the level of the water is, above it, that's what we're applying this chart to. You have the VLM, which is a vertical land movement component. If you guys have any questions about that, I can kind of expand on that. We have a low, an intermediate low, an intermediate high, and then extreme. And we're just focusing on the intermediate high and the intermediate low. Something to add here, in most of these charts, the low is tracked sea level rise extrapolated out over time based upon present day understood sea level increase. We all understand sea level increase is different across the entire world. So there's a mean level increase, and there's an increase that applies to your local area. The difference, at least now, is known as vertical land movement. That's the difference. So if global mean sea level rise is 2 millimeters a year, and you're seeing 1.2 millimeters a year, they've signed that off as vertical land movement, which is saying this is how your land is responding to the sea level rise. Conversely, in these areas where you have ice caps melting, they're moving up. The added weight of this frozen ice on top of them is allowing them to rebound. And some of these areas are sinking for many different reasons. Mostly coastal communities have some balance in between. So these are the projected compound flood elevations. Now this is what we've done here on the left, is we've adjusted these values for the mean high water level. Now, just so we're clear, the mean high water level is the average of all daily tide measurements since they've been keeping records, as opposed to just a mean high, which is they do it over a few years. That is considered the above ground datum for NOAA. So that's what we've done here. We've adjusted these elevations for the mean high water level, which is the datum in NAVD. Storm surge, this is what we're going to see during an event. It's not uncommon for us to see water coming in to certain areas on the coastal area. This is your high tide increase, and this is what we would call the perfect storm. This is when everything occurs at the same time. What could you see? If you don't see this, you're just going to see some combination to the right. The maps are very particular about these elevations, but without sea level rise, you can utilize other maps to determine what the impact is.
So when we're looking at high tide increase of 1.39, 1.41, that's relative to 2020? Relative, we're going up 1.5 feet relative to what? From what to 2040 is 1.39?
So they're saying, well, so we utilize that from working with Martin County, so that would have been right around the 2017. I know Martin County's done one previously, where this is something they put together. We got together to come up with how we're going to apply this to this one. This is what we worked with Martin County, but it is based upon that date. So at 2040, intermediate low, they're projecting a 1.3 knot increase in the tidal flooding component,
So
just
if
based
this-
upon the tide.
If this data is from 2017 that we have here, and it's 2025, do you have the data for what increase we have seen from 2017 to 2025?
I do not. This is a
To be able to
snapshot.
follow a projection of what we're assuming, wouldn't we follow a trajectory with that available data?
We can collect that data.
Because you presented like 5 different possibilities from
Mhm.
almost none to extreme. Using 2017 to 2025, wouldn't that give us an idea of what path we're on?
Absolutely.
But we don't have that data?
We don't have that data.
So this is all kind of winging it?
It's not weighing it. So what we're doing is we're utilizing the data that we were told to utilize by NOAA. We understand that this is pre-data, but they're trying to stabilize, get a ground zero for the entire statewide. I believe there's going to be more data. Right now, I try to acquire the Army Corps data for today in preparation for this, knowing that we probably want to see, well, what's the relative sea level rise data today as opposed to what it was 2017. During the assessment, deriving the assessment, it was slightly less. We're talking maybe 1/10 of a foot. But I don't know what that is concrete, 'cause I don't have it in front of me. Now, as far as the storm surge and high tide, we feel that's going to be something that's going to apply regardless of what the sea level rise basis is.
But if you have an increase of 1.39 feet on the high tide, that's assuming sea level rise. An increase of 1.39? Am I wrong here?
I must not be following, I apologize.
If we're saying at high tide, we're going to have an increase from 2017 of 1.39 feet, that's assuming sea level rise. That's what that storm surge I could see is more storm related, but high tide is a consistent.
I think what you can consider high tide is king tide, which is above and beyond the normal tide you're
So
going
you're
to see.
saying,
Can I just seek to clarify your question? Sure. Are you asking if it's 1.39 on top of the 1.30?
on top of what it is today. So you're saying 1.3 is the current and 1.39 is in 2040. So it's a 0.09 increase.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah, I understand your question.
I'm also clarifying with you.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1.3 is the current, or that's in 2040?
That's in 2040.
Okay.
That's what it's projected to be in 2040.
So but that's what I'm asking is, we're projecting a 1.3 foot increase in
On top of the
water
1.3.
level as a baseline.
Yes.
But what I'm asking is if we don't have 2017 to 2025 data, how are we coming up with 1.3? Is it right now half a foot? Is it 0 feet? Did it go down from 2017 to 2025?
I don't have that information between that and now.
And I know you're just doing your job to put
That's
this
fine.
together for the grants and everything, but just since we're talking about sea level rise, that's a pretty charged up issue.
Yeah, the 2022 data.
It's local to, you have Daytona and Miami up there. Is there something like that for here? Not just generally?
Not that they recognize for these parameters, no.
Okay, so this is just ocean-wide?
These are the ones that are available to NOAA on the website to be used for determining these parameters.
For
We don't have. the
For Daytona,
NOAA.
Miami?
Yes, there's even Key West, there's Jacksonville, but these are the ones that kind of oppose us to the north and to the south of us.
Can you extrapolate that from the charts? Because your charts those are line drawings, and it's starting in 17, so if it goes to 40, you should be able to get a sense of where we are in 25.
That's what I was asking, and he's saying they don't have that data from.
They don't have the data, but the chart, you should be able to extrapolate it from the chart.
I apologize, I thought you were asking if the tidal flooding was on top of the sea level rise. That's what I thought the answer was. We can determine what the sea level rise is supposed to be today, and then we can look at what it was in 2017 and see if it's real. You can do that from the curve.
That way you know what curve you're on, that's what I'm asking.
Mhm.
'Cause
That
if
can
we're
be done.
Wildly different curves, we should know which one of those lines we're on.
And the information's available. I mean, we can definitely determine that. It just wasn't part of the grant. The grant was to take 2017, then use the data they provided in 2040 and 2070.
I understand the intent of it as well, you know, you want to make sure you're safe, worst case scenario. But I think it is important to know what it actually is as well.
I don't disagree, and when I talked about the low, that's actually the extrapolated data over sea level rise over time. All these added,
So the low is the actual that we're aware of?
that's correct.
So I'd like to chime in there just because it was a little bit confusing when the legislature first mandated all this back in 2015 to 2017. That's kind of when a lot of it started. 2019, they finally said, okay, every county, every city, we want you to do this through DEP, create a statewide assessment. Then in 2021 is when they actually set these new parameters about 2040 and 2070. What DEP realized is they needed to have something specific to make everybody be on the same page so we could compare statewide the same data, kind of like you're talking about. What they did was they eliminated most of that, the lines that they show on this slide here. They eliminated most of the lines and they basically said, we just want you guys to look at the intermediate band, so the middle band, and then the high and the low of that band and only those lines and just use these projections. So they've, in the vein of simplifying, they kind of eliminate a lot of the data, but what that did was it kind of took the charged conversation off the table and said, hey, let's stop looking at the most extreme scenarios. Let's stop looking at the best case scenarios. Let's just look down the middle and say, across the state, what do we have? So when you look at these lines, they only use the two, I think it's in orange and green are the two colors. They say only look at the orange and the green line and that's it. So all the data that we have is only those lines.
But the bottom, that purple line represents reality
That
as we
represents
measure it.
what the blue line, not the purple line, the blue line. The purple line is what is the vertical land movement component I was talking about earlier. The blue line is what they've extrapolated out over time based upon known sea level rise parameters up to this point, up to 2017, which is varied between 1.2 and 1.7 millimeters per year. That's why you'll notice it seems to be more of a y equals mx plus b kind of line, straight line between 2 points. Everything else seems to be kind of an exponential increase.
So what is purple then? Purple is?
That's called vertical land
Help me
movement line.
understand VLM. What is VLM?
Vertical land movement.
Yes.
That is the Earth's response, localized response to sea level rise.
So that is what you would see locally?
Yes.
Okay.
That's supposed, that per the Army Corps is the difference between what the Earth average sea level rise is and what your localized sea level rise is. They rely and say it's
So
the vertical
locally,
land.
we would, so that's a more accurate idea of what we are going to experience locally, save some catastrophe. Is that purple line? That's what I'm asking. That's the reality of sea level rise in Martin County.
The blue one. The blue one. So in this, you're not just showing different levels of increased seawater, you're also showing different levels of increased land in response to the sea. That's what the VLM stands for. Maybe it'd be best if I just read the definition.
I'm a mere chiropractor. Thank you.
All right. Vertical land movement can be caused by many factors such as regional tectonic movement, regional vertical land subsidence or uplift, compaction of sedimentary strata, crustal rebound in formerly glaciated areas, and subsidence due to local withdrawal of subsurface fluids. There's many parameters that take in the vertical land movement component.
So it is a measure of.
How far the earth, your area,
is
the ground's either
responding-
going
is
up or
responding to
down.
the sea level rise? Is this what you're saying?
So you're talking pretty much like a floating, yeah, pretty much. As the water goes up, something goes up. But it changes on the entire earth.
Which explains sort of what you might observe as a net zero effect?
If the vertical land movement equals the amount of sea level rise. They believe, at least the last parameters I was looking at, it was 0.06 millimeters per year, and the average sea level rise is 1.7.
So based on that chart, we should be underwater if that's retreating relative to that water. If that blue line is that much more advanced, we should be underwater.
I mean, even on the far right-hand side, you're talking less than 2 feet of sea level rise. I don't think we're underwater at 2 feet. per that chart. That chart showing just a hair under maybe 1.5 feet, assuming no climate stressors or any of these other parameters we're evaluating affecting additional sea level rise.
I'll quit chewing your ear off, thank you. Just to clarify,
That's
I've
fine.
not had this kind of a conversation before, so I appreciate it.
That's good. Absolutely.
And all these charts can be available to you, obviously. Just the slope of those lines seems pretty consistent. Is that correct? They don't seem to be going parabolic.
Everything from the green up is parabolic. Just some of the e to the raised power is a smaller decimal than the larger
Right.
ones.
Yeah, it's
You know, the
exacerbated.
larger exponent's going to be more exacerbated.
But it's not. Okay.
I mean, when I look at it, and I see extreme, I see 10 feet, I'm slightly concerned
My
about
sense
that.
is that 2 or 3 feet locally is a big deal.
We do actually have, towards the end of this, we do have an
Right, as
example
if you have
of
a
what.
dock.
But like, to Mike's point in North River Shores,
Yeah.
that's a very wet neighborhood with 2 feet.
I actually think later on in the presentation, we have a 2040 intermediate low sea level rise comparison between intermediate low and intermediate high, which is the difference between 0.65 and 1.41. So you can kind of see the difference. We do have I think we kind of cut out North River Shores for it because we're really focused on downtown Stuart.
Good
But
luck, huh?
we do have a bigger map that kind of shows it, if that helps. But the sea level rise is a strong one. Obviously, we've seen storm surge, we've seen tidal flooding. You know, those subside over time, but definitely the sea level rise is the component we want to focus on and then reinforce the other compounding factors.
Okay, continue, please.
Okay. Okay, so here we are at a chart. So a lot of this information, we have about 8 or 9 of these. We're trying to quantify all this information, what I would consider a table of contents for maps. So what we here have on the left column is your particular asset name or your asset class. And we're probably going to focus on the Cleveland Clinic since that one seems to have the most color. It'd be easier to explain that one than the rest. This side is their intermediate low results, and this is their intermediate high results in each tabular form. And then in the vertical columns, we shifted between 2040, 2070 sea level rise, and then the sea level rise subsequently with high tide flooding. Then we have storm surge, and then we have everything on the right, which is the compound flooding. What you're seeing here, and we try to put this in a format where it looks not as large in the beginning and progressively gets worse at the right end, so it's easier to track it. But we found that there was a slight anomaly between the 2070 sea level rise and storm surge and the 2040 sea level rise with compound flooding. Kind of went down and then rebounded back up. Everything else progressively goes on an upward trajectory. So we're talking the two scenarios, intermediate high, intermediate low. If I was to look at this, obviously we're looking at the bottom right-hand corner. No sensitivity, low, moderate, or high. Because most of these are talking about buildings, we're talking about how close you're getting to finished floor elevation. So nothing if you're over 12 inches, low if you're in, so high is if you're at it, low is if you're within 6 inches, middle's within 6 inches, outside of that is 0 to 12, and if you're outside of 12, there is no sensitivity to it because it's not going to impact the asset. Since it's easier just to go with Cleveland Clinic, we'll notice we have a 0.65 and a 0.19 between 2040 and 2070 standard sea level rise at a low. We go to the intermediate, we have a 1.41, and then we seem to hit a point of criticality at 3.25. So if you were to look at what point are you concerned with sea level rise affecting this facility, you're looking at somewhere between 1.4 and 2.69. Now, the thing we have to look at with a lot of these data sets is they come in half-foot increments, and then when we look at this data, we have an over a foot increment difference. So this is a point at which you would just take this data, go and look locally, maybe take some regional surveys, figure out what your critical elevation is going to be, then implement some vulnerability strategies to prevent further degradation of this asset. A good example would be going to Tampa. They do some pretty good mitigation. Every time a storm comes in, put barrier walls around it. Do you have any questions on this? There's there's a lot of information. What I'll also reference is if you go to the bottom of each cell, there's a map designation. So the question is where is this impact coming from? Is it coming from a retention area, a tributary? Is it coming from drainage? Is it coming from the tide or the ocean? You can kind of mitigate what that localized impact is at that point, since it's adding the cusp of hitting and affecting that asset. Correct. Yep. This is the next step. We haven't engaged in this yet, but it is called the adaptive plan. This is how we change what we do or partner with our public partners to help mitigate some of these things. So the first one, we want to gauge the community on how we can make this happen. Two, we want to consider vulnerable neighborhoods and revitalize areas because we do know that we're disproportionate risk across our communities. We want to figure out what those are. We want to incorporate nature-based solutions where we can. In our third slide, we know that you guys have been engaging in that. So instead of looking at nature, we'll look at natural-based instead of nature-based. Maybe the next step, maybe some other ones we can do to incorporate that before we start getting to levees and stabilization actions. We want to create an adaptable decision-making framework. The reason for that is as we pointed out earlier, we do understand this is science-based. Science data points change. To your event, we could be at a different data point right now as it relates to the projected sea level rise, since our information comes in 2017, right? So the data points could be different in 2020. So we got to make sure decisions we're making on infrastructure can adapt to those changes within the parameters we're evaluating for. Want to prioritize those interdepartmentally so that we can understand whose assets are affected more, what the costs are, so we get the most bang for the buck. And then we want to go make sure we identify potential funding sources, either per surtax or per grant fundings, whatever we utilize for that. That's what we'd like to do. So this is an example of a practical use you would utilize these maps for. So what we have now is a 2040 intermediate low sea level rise. We have stormwater baffle boxes, which is the last structure before your drainage system goes out to the ocean. That collects all the debris. There's all the nutrient withdrawal, which is phosphorus and nitrous. You don't pollute the waterways. You have your retention areas, which is a circle with a little raindrop in it. You have your inlets, which are intermediate points between all of your piping systems, either for directional changes or for cleaning. And then you have all the pipes. At this view, you can kind of see a little bit of some yellow and red signify impacted facilities. So we're going to kind of focus in on this little area, Fraser Creek, and just kind of look and see what that provides. And we're going to look at the difference between the 2040 NIL and the 2040 NIH, the difference of almost about 0.8 feet. You see how that impact changes things in our community. This is what we have on the left, the 0.65, and the intermediate high is 1.41. And if you look, we have an impacted baffle box, as I indicated before, is the last structure before it goes to the water. And then we have an inlet here. You'll notice we also have some red pipes, but you don't have any complementary yellow structures. So that's where the data needs more investigation. So what this is indicating is, although the pipe is impacted, the structure's not. So what could that mean? It could mean that the water level is just cusping the invert of the pipe. It's not surcharging the pipe, it's not filling the pipe, it just touches the invert of that pipe. And you'll notice in this one, you still have the same, and then you come over here, you have a couple more outfalls that are impacted, but they're not getting to the structures. So it's a good thing. That we just need to go take a look at it and see if there's anything we can do to those structures to prevent salt water from coming back. It could be make it a control structure and raise the invert elevation so we could do some more nutrient reduction in those structures. Now, when we apply it to your existing stormwater plan, we notice that in the Fraser Creek area, you have a couple of improvements that you're proposing. So any of the numbered areas are improvements that are proposed in this area. And we notice that here, B1 is a structure or a baffle box we annotated as being impacted during the first sea level rise event, which is 0.65. And as you can tell, this is not noted on the existing stormwater plan as an impacted asset. So what that allows us to do is update our master plan to not just prioritize what things we're seeing in the field, we can also look at reinforcing what we feel the sea is going to be impacting in the future. So this is just a practical use for these type of maps that can be used to update your stormwater and other parts of your comp and master plan. So now we're just going to kind of show some increased sea level rise. We're going to stick with the sea level rise, but we're going to add high tide flooding. We're going to add compound flooding and witness what the community looks like in these events. So here we have sea level rise with high tide flooding. We're at about an elevation of 2.69 feet. It seems like the majority of this area that's impacted is really just the inlet to the Fraser Creek area. It's the reason why I want to identify that earlier. But really none of your coastal areas, other than maybe this retention area, is feeling anything to the east side of the airport. So now we're here with high tide flooding and sea level rise. And this is at the 2040 NIH. This is at the intermediate level. I didn't want to just kind of give us all the low end. I want to kind of see what it looked like for in 2040. And we're seeing some cascading into some of your retention areas from the east side. You're seeing a little bit in Fraser. And ironically, where CapTech's office is, we're seeing a little bit of it there as well. And this is hopefully the last one we show. This is at, no, this is not, 5.77 feet. As you had indicated earlier, talk about North River Shores, we're seeing a lot more up in that area at this point. Nice. Now, this is obviously, we're talking about this is everything happening at the same time. High tide happening, storm surge happening, as well as that intermediate low level being there for sea level rise, which is only 0.65 feet. So if you deduct that, we're still talking about 5.05 feet if we're taking just to account storm surge and tidal flooding. So I want to just keep that into it.
Does this type of data take into account the changes with development? So the addition of more concrete, less trees, less drainage?
So, no, it doesn't at this point in time because of the basis of information we're using, right? So DEM was the base, right? So that's just ground surface, minus trees, minus buildings, minus all those things, just standard ground elevation. LiDAR is a little bit better because you do have structures. Doesn't really pick up trees that well. But we had a combination of those to fill the data sets. We didn't rely solely on one. So we're really just looking at terrain, topography.
How often do we do this? How often does this type of assessment have to happen state?
We're not sure because this is the first time the state's ever required this statewide.
Okay.
So they could do it every 10 years for all we know. Yeah.
It's something I think that should be included. I don't know how exactly you would measure it, but, and I know every time we do a project that the drainage that's on site is far better than trees, but yeah, no comment. But yeah, I think that's an important factor. I know sea level rise and everything else, but to turn the whole city into concrete, that has to affect flooding and drainage.
It does have many values.
Yeah, subsidence has talked at length with this, and I'm not sure if the vertical land movement includes a lot of that, but when you look at New Orleans, they cities that they say are sinking, I mean, it's actually too heavy, the amount of construction that they've put. So that's part of the challenge.
Thank you. And this is 2040 intermediate high with everything happening at the same time, compound flooding and the worst level of sea level rise. We're talking 7.78 feet. The charts in the vulnerability assessment do shed light on exactly what these features are and the extent of what's happened. We're not seeing a lot of surface area, but a lot of the tributaries and canals and the creeks, those are the ones that are kind of helping inundate the inland part, as well as the drainage system. You inundate the drainage system, it reverberates back into the communities that are oldest. We build higher. And there's a lot of homes that are built at older elevations, so there's other things you got to consider when you're talking about the drainage system. The drainage could come in and affect those older communities before it affects the new communities. Those are also some items you want to take a look at. So the final portion of this report, the city does show signs of vulnerability to existing and near-term future conditions. There's not many, but they do have them. Mainly it's going to be your outfalls at this period of time where your stormwater enters the river. There will be a decline or loss of shoreline without any remediation, any shoreline embankments. We are going to have local and regional transportation impacts. We want to maintain those line of communications with your neighboring partners. It's easy to be here, but if you have an emergency, you want to get out, you got to be able to evacuate to the west, you got to be able to go to the north, you got to be able to go to the south. You got to maintain that communication together to keep those travelways up and open, airports and city streets of that nature. And look at development and revitalization of waterfront neighborhoods. We did talk about some of the strategies we're looking at with adaptive planning. I want to belanger that situation, but in conclusion, the purpose of this is just to evaluate current and future flood risk for critical assets for the city of Stuart. The capital improvement planning and funding strategies can be further developed with data discovered by this assessment. Through past observations and creative solution-based oriented projects, the city will decrease vulnerability and increase resilience to sea level rise and coastal storm events. That's all I have. Any additional questions?
And the only thing I will add from a staff perspective, thank you, James, is that in future years, you heard, over $800 million the state's allocated to the Resilient Florida program is what they call it, for local governments to apply for. What it is a 50% cost match. So if we have $8 million, for example, of stormwater improvements, our drainage projects that we've known about since, 2022, we did the last stormwater master plan or the update. So if we have, let's say, $8 million of those projects, this assessment now allows us to apply to DEP, maybe get $4 of that $1 million back. And I know we have that new surtax for sales. I know we have an annual budget that we're tight on. My point about it is, if you want to talk about leveraging, our dollars the best way, at least we can get half of it back on this grant. It's pretty standardized. So that's what staff has to say as far as the projects go. In Milton's budget and utilities, there's other projects that we can do with this money. But we do appreciate also CapTech taking the time the last couple of years. The state has changed over 2019 to 2022, kind of the metrics, and we had to adapt to those, and that's why it kind of took so long to even get to here. So we appreciate it very much, and if you have any questions, please let us know.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Reed?
Is this just a presentation, or are you looking for?
Just a required presentation for the grant project. But again, I think the value to staff and to the commission is to see kind of how it applies to the stormwater infrastructure, because we've been talking about that in the budget the last couple of months, so.
And you said a 50-50 match?
State mandate
50-50, yep.
was, as they walked through and showed you that they had to create the committee, had to identify the assets, had to do the study. This public hearing had to take place before September 1st. So this hearing itself is part of the requirement.
Thank you for your work.
Just to confirm, that was a 50-50 match, you said?
Yes, ma'am, right now they're 50-50, yep.
I would just like to thank you for doing something that very few people do when they put up charts, and that's, in my business, we used to call it clearing the chart, which is you actually explained what the x-axis was and the y-axis, and on the table you indicated what the figures were. I appreciate you taking the time to, because often when you do these it seems intuitive to you, but those of us who are seeing them for the first time, it can become a little bit opaque. And I look forward to having the presentation in my hand and going over it with Mr. Hogarth in detail. Yes?
Yeah, I just wanted to offer that. You want one-on-one.
Yeah, it's incredibly detailed.
This PowerPoint is very limited.
Yeah.
Compared to before, but you can at least follow it.
Right.
You'll get mixed up on your units and everything else. Remember, is that an elevation or is that?
Right. I mean.
And then you got to realize it's 20, 70 days, so that's projecting quite a bit. That's why it's important that they do this every 5 years, 5 to 10 years. And over the Anyway, there's a lot of things to think about. I knew that 20 minutes.
Yes, Commissioner Clark.
I was just going to say, it's a good, I appreciate that comment about explaining and so on. It's a good use of consultant funds, and it will take you went back in the data, and it's going to take some time to actually see some things manifested in the field, but it's, it's the basis of our planning and our work for the future to make sure that our city is viable. People always think of viability as shopping and people and housing, but the infrastructure is so important, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is Mr.
Jolie.
Miss Jolie, are you going to do this as well, Mr. Hogarth, or?
No. There he is.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
I sure hope not.
Surprise. I'll introduce you, but why don't you have a seat and we'll get
Okay.
started.
So this is our first look at
This is.
next year's budget.
This is actually kind of our first look at next year's expenses. Unfortunately, the state of Florida alters their legislative sessions, and this year was one of the sessions that start late and end late. And last year, the session would start in January and end in the very beginning of April, and we had the budget last year signed by the governor before the end of April. This year, the governor signed the budget at 8:30 p.m. on June 30th, which was, June 30th is the last day they have to sign the budget per the Florida Constitution. And in so doing, he also line item vetoed $1.3 billion worth of items, which makes it so that all the agencies and the people disseminating the budget can't just send it out the next morning, because they have to go back through and reconcile and figure out what the money was. So we didn't actually get it till the 2nd or 3rd of July, and of course then the 4th of July hits. So Jolie's been scrambling to get this prepared for you guys, and as recently as our discussion today, we still don't have the final numbers regarding insurance, and we still don't have the final numbers from the state regarding what our contribution is to the FRS requirements. And ironically, we're responsible for making the contribution in the payroll starting July 1st. So it does create a little bit of a quandary. In any event, Jolie's put together a fairly extensive presentation that's going to give you a snapshot of where we are in trying to put the budget together. And I'll just let him start, and we'll take questions as we go.
Citizens, commissioners, good evening. There was a Saturday Night Live skit one time where Apple came out, and Steve Jobs, he kept announcing the phone, and then the next one was smaller before they even finished the thing, and he goes, wait, we have another update. It's the iPod, microsecond. And wait, hold on, there's another one. So in the spirit of that, just since the manager's statement that we don't have FRS, we did get the FRS rates. They're not flowed through the budget yet, but they did release that. So first of all, I said, color me surprised. Normally, I had like several slides prepared for you that all went out the window on Thursday. So, so they're all different now. And the state actually, I don't know if it's because they did extend the legislation or the legislative session that they got on the ball, so to speak, or on the stick, but they were actually released a lot of numbers. The FRS rates that the manager just referred to were released, and so we now have to retroactively apply them to the payroll that was missed, because he's right, these rates do go into effect July 1st. So we have to do that. But they did also release several revenue numbers, which I didn't expect. So I originally had this slide prepared for you where like, oh, once again, they say we're not going to get the numbers until July or August, which means August. Blah, blah. That's now all changed. And also they had this statement about because the legislation has been extended, FRS rates won't be available blah, 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 you know, so this is all over their website just last week. But on Thursday, swing, you know, we got revenue numbers came in, and some statements. Now, you can see there's still several, and I checked this like an hour ago. There's still several that aren't available. They're still crunching numbers, things like that. They have released several of them. Some, you know, like the communication service tax, and you'll see later in the presentation, is a big deal for us. But we did get, you know, some of the ones, like the regular half-cent sales tax, they've posted, and they will make amendments. As you can see, they've already amended the new local discretionary surtax. So we will continue to monitor these, but right now the budget's built on our revenue model projections. And so here's what we do know and what we do not know at the moment. We do have some of the state revenues. We do have the FRS rates, and so they came out surprisingly. General went up 3%, public safety went up 7%, but elected and senior management went down 7% and 4% respectively. Also, the taxable values for general and CRA, the property appraiser was very timely this year, and so general funds taxable value went up 7%, CRAs went up 10% from a budgetary standpoint. Point of fact, you know, Martin County had a 12-something%. We're half of their increase. So, you know, Martin County's nice double-digit increase in property values we're 50% of that.
Was it 12 or 13 and a half?
12, 13 and a half, you know, but they have like the general and then the part that's not us built in. So, but the effective rate on us right now, they've currently proposed a reduction from last year's adopted rate. They tried to up the millage at the meeting, and they were told by their council to not up the rate, so they kept it the same as 24. Well, they're currently proposing a reduced rate from 24 and 25, but, you know, the talk amongst the bean counters is we don't know if that will stick. General insurance is down 7%, which only, you know, reduces general fund by $46,000. Last year, that was up 5%. We'll talk about that briefly later in the presentation. And some things we don't know. We still don't know some of the state revenues. We still don't know health insurance final rates. However, they did, the first shot across the bow was a 22% increase in health insurance. Last year it was up 5%. So we are self-insured. We're not fully insured. So this is, you know, this is on us to carry. And, you know, Roz and HR and the manager and I, we have meetings scheduled this week to meet and try to strategize on this and do some options to manage that elephant and eat it one bite at a time. Union negotiations, we don't know what the unions are going to bring forward other than what was already adopted in their contract last year. That's, you know, part of this budget, you'll see. And then grant statuses, there were some state appropriations that didn't follow through for us, and some grants are still up in the air. So, you know, I don't bank a lot on that, but, you know, as you just saw in the presentation, if we look through the needs versus wants, and we determine that maybe one of those is applicable for one of these resiliency grants or something else like that, then we would visit those topics. Ad valorem, let's talk about the first big one. So it's derived from two factors. Sir?
Can we just wait for Commissioner Clark to return?
Absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind. It's one of the more important areas of responsibility we have.
It is.
I'm getting mixed signals from you. I know you're a Star Wars guy. You look Jedi.
Today.
But
No,
you're
no, no.
dressed Sith.
I'm wearing the red lightsaber tie.
Okay, I don't know. What are we doing?
Have you never been to his office?
I know, that's what I'm saying. He's giving me
Well,
mixed
he's
signals.
Sith versus Jedi. You
Yeah.
can't figure out which
I am
side of
Sith.
Got
which
black
side
and
of
red.
the Force he's on.
I'm looking at
Actually,
Obi-Wan's face. I don't know.
The city manager, when he was a commissioner one time, told me that he would try to judge the condition of the budget based on what tie I was wearing.
That's what I'm saying.
And I came in with a tie that said, you know, Sith Lords, and it was like Darth Vader
Yes.
and Maul all
Yes.
on the same tie.
You got a black suit, right?
Yeah. So, today is a day of mourning. This is going to be bad news. This is going to be bad news. I won't even try to sugarcoat it for you.
Uh-oh.
At least I didn't wear the Sith socks that go along with it. Yeah. So
There's hope.
there is hope. There's always hope.
Okay.
There we go. At the mayor's request, we waited for you, Commissioner Clark. All right, so ad valorem. For those of you who haven't been around, sometime during the last 30 years to hear me say this, ad valorem really is the only revenue that you, the elected five, completely control. Okay? It's made from two factors, which are, bless you again, the taxable value of the properties in Stuart, the 9,000 some odd parcels in Stuart and what their taxable value is deemed by the property appraiser, and the millage is the rate that we apply to that taxable value, is what generates the number. And so a way that you might want to think about this is similar to the CRA, the increment or decrement, in that matter, I've seen it be a decrement, in our taxable value applied to our millage could be called our COLA. So that's how the cities, we hope that I had stated one time before that if we set the millage at, just say 5 mils, where it's been the last several years, if the property value increment, if the property value appreciated at a right rate to keep pace with expenses, then you could basically, Ron Popeil, set it and forget it. Right? Just set the millage and leave it. Unfortunately, revenues never keep pace with expenses. Only one time they did back in the early 2000s, and that's when they passed the amendment that caused everyone's millage to drop because they claimed that revenues had outpaced expenses and governments were spending like drunken sailors. But that was a long time ago. For the last umpteen years, revenues have never paced as quickly as expenses have gone up. Now, we still benefit just like the regular people do. Our fuel cost has gone down. Some of those expenses that we take, just like everyday people, have reduced. But basically, the cost of electricity and the cost of insurance and the cost of equipment and the cost of employees goes up. As you can see, FRS went up, health insurance went up. Those are costs that you can't even control. So by state statute, you have to pay that FRS rate. And so we hope that our revenue would appreciate in a quick enough pace to at least smooth out some of the bumps and keep pace with the expenses that we take. Now, to that point, Stuart has actually been selected in an FLC, Florida League of Cities case study, which I'll refer to shortly on another slide. So here is where our taxable value is currently. For those of you who can't read that in the seats, that's $3.8 billion. That's a 7% increase over last year's taxable value. 2 points of interest on this graph I pointed out last year and continue to. Back in 2008, our taxable value was $2.3 billion. And then with the Great Recession and the asset-backed mortgage calamities that happened and the housing prices bottoming out, it took us until 2022 to regain $2.3 billion worth of taxable value. So we were lost, we were in a reduction area by force for many years there. And now you can see how we've been stepping up again over the last several years, and we've made it up to $3.8 billion. This is the graph of where City of Stuart's millage has been. You can see there's lots of flat sections in it. So City of Stuart does enjoy and has done the practice of keeping the millage rate the same for multiple years in a row. The small valleys and peaks you see there were often incredible struggles on the part of the finance staff pushing against management and the commission to try and do things. But right now, 5 is where we've been now since 2020, and everything's been going okay up to this point. Where that happens is, here's how it gets calculated. So for 2026, we wind up with 18 million in budgeted ad valorem. So we're required by state statute and law to budget this way. We take the taxable value divided by 1,000 times your millage rate, which I've calculated this budget currently at our existing millage rate of 5.0000 mils, and then you budget 95% of that. And so that's 18 million. Last year, under the same formula, we had 17 million. Now, last year, we paid the CRA $2.7 million based on the calculation of that, and we'll get into that slide in just a little bit and show you how that's calculated. This year, that same math arrives at general fund, giving the CRA $3 million. So that actually leaves $15 million in ad valorem for general fund to use. Okay? That's an increase of $965,000. However, though, your 2025 collective bargaining contracts have already guaranteed 7 and 7.5% to the fire and police, respectively. So those increases for 2026 approximately equaled $540,000. Now, that's not including the new FRS rates that I didn't know when I made this presentation. So now that goes up, that'll go up a little bit as well. I'll say it a few times during the presentation. It gets worse before it gets better.
Were the FRS rates slightly higher or slightly lower than you thought they would be?
Depends on what category we're in.
Well, like elected officials, so the manager and I were discussing this earlier. I think because of age outs and term limits and things like that, they've actually reduced the rate on elected officials. And senior management, the rate went down, I think, again, because of age outs. But general employees went up, and public safety went up 7%. So there's a 7% increase in the retirement rate contribution on them, which takes it up to like 36% is the rate on public safety. So some went down, some went up. But yeah. And, you know, and anything that's a pensionable wage, that gets applied to.
I'm sure in your mind you had said, I think it's probably going to be roughly this.
So here's the things I try to play, and you know, I'm more logical. I'm disconnected from people sometimes, but that's okay. You want me to just be numbers. So I looked and said, okay, with the new administration in Washington, there's some things going to happen. We gambled on interest earnings, and I'm jumping ahead to another slide that we'll get to. But yeah, I try to look, and following the bills along with Hogarth and them, being on some of the Florida League of Cities threads, we read and I try to project out what's going to affect us and what's not. And so when you get some of these bills about additional disability pension, I'm like, okay, that's going to be like a 2% increase alone by itself. And then this was that. So the net effect, like the NPR for us, and what the actual rate, it's about a 4% overall increase to general fund with the puts and the takes. I really expected about a 5 puts and takes total, but it came in at 4. But I'll take my victory lap on the parts where I was right. Don't worry, that's coming. So, and then that makes general fund, additional available funds this year, before these other changes, about $425,000 is what you had in new tax money. $400,000. Okay. Now, this is a graph of what the increase or decrease, because that actually did happen, in City of Stuart's taxable values. And so you can see here, for those of you who can't see in the back, we've had this pattern of peaks and then drops on, this is the third occasion we've had it happen. Now, last year, if you roll back the tape and play it back, I said last year, well, we've had 2 double-digit increases, but the rate slowed faster. I would think next year's going to be a single-digit increase. Victory lap time, the increase was only 7.2%. Okay, so we did have only a single-digit increase in that. And this is basically like an econometric model. There's all those things like with Jody and the development department, like what's in the hopper coming along, what's going to be added to our taxable value, who's redeveloping what property. You know, all those things come in to say, where is our increase or decrease in taxable value going to come from? And what will it be? Trying to take a shot in the dark. I did say it was a single digit, and it was, but I didn't get close enough to say 7, you know, but at least we were expecting it. This is a graph of since 2008, during the Great Recession, what happened with City of Stuart's millage versus the county's millage. Ours is blue and the county's is red. Now, this is something I've harped on more than once, but since we have some new commissioners, I'll say it again. This period of time right here, let me make sure I have the laser and not something else. So this period of time right here, where 2008, 9, 10, remember from our previous slide, property values actually decreased. So $500,000 homes were suddenly valued at $250,000, right? That kind of thing. So we lost taxable value. In those years, rollback rate was actually an increase. So you were allowed by law to increase your tax rate to keep your revenue the same. Martin County followed that. they did millage increases during those years, but it was printed in the newspaper and by law as no tax increase, because they increased their millage to collect the same amount they did the prior year. So if the taxpayer paid $100 last year, they paid $100 again. The city of Stuart, however, kept our millage flat, and in actuality, overall, said sum done, we gave the citizens a 22% tax cut, but never once took a victory lap or said anything about it. So now, ma'am? Well, but what happened was well, it actually wasn't Commissioner Krosskoff, but what happened was we lost general fund revenues, like general fund revenue reduced. And so we had to cut services. So by keeping the millage rate the same, we lost money. And then you'll hear the manager refer to it's cumulative, you never got it back. So that opportunity to up the millage and keep the taxes the same on the citizens, we didn't. So now you've been taking all this time to try and claw back where you should have been, but it wouldn't have been any tax increase on the citizen had you followed the law and taken the rollbacks when you were allowed to take them, right? So instead, the taxes have been down. No one ever calls me and complains their taxes are low. They just call and complain that the taxes are high. So, and now because you do have a low tax rate, think about this, a 2.5 mil increase on 10 mils is 25%. 2.5 mil increase on 5 mils is 50%. So every move you try to make is advertised as a larger tax increase by doing that. So that's what I'm saying. If you don't take what you're allowed to take, it's like a PTO day that you lose at the end of the year. If you don't take it, it's lost.
But to your point, municipalities never lower taxes as property values increase.
There are municipalities that do that.
County did, right there.
The issue is, in those years, if they do rollback, that's great, but something else had to happen in coincidence with it. Either an additional revenue source came in, or they sold off their services to somebody. Like, where I came from, Belle Glade, they basically gave up everything and just surrendered to the county. They haven't unincorporated, but City of Belle Glade provides no services to anyone for anything. Palm Beach County does everything for Belle Glade now. So they're basically a development department that issues no permits. They don't have police, they don't have fire, they don't do their own water, they don't do their own recreation, they don't do anything. They reduce their millage. I mean, but they don't do anything. So it's hard to keep pace. And those amenities, as you know, I mean, they cost money. A lawnmower is not cheaper today than it was in 2008. So when Milton says we need a new lawnmower, I mean, it's just more. Everybody knows that. You can't go down to Lowe's and buy a new lawnmower and it'd be cheaper than the one you bought in 2008. Okay? So there's give and takes to everything. And so I always say that. And we have enough money to do anything, just not enough money to do everything.
Nice.
Okay. Now, I revisit this slide because this is the conundrum that I'm at. And so the commission gives the city the direction. The commission determines where we're going and what direction we go. Like, you're the will of the city and what direction we take. City manager executes your will, and I'm just a tool that the city manager uses to get that done. So here's where I'm at. This pattern has repeated itself, and this is the third time. We had a double, single, and then it just bottomed out. It went lower one more time, and then basically returned, and now it's gone up again. But here we had a double, single, and then the bottom collapsed. It fell out. So in our next year for 2026, what's it going to do? Is it going to flatten out? Is it going to stabilize, or is it going to drop again? And that part I don't know. And so here's the next part of this model. We are using what is called the 2025 tax roll to calculate the 2026 budget. So any property that was CO'd by December 31st, 2024 is what got valued in the 2025 tax roll. So that 7 comes from everything that was done by December 31st, 2024. Now, next year's budget will be based on whatever's CO'd by December 31st, 2025. So what was done by Christmas? is what will be on that tax roll. So the 2025 tax roll will be what's on the 2020, or it is on the 26. What's on the 27 is what gets done this year by Christmas to be on that, right? That's a little confusing, but it's always a year behind. So if we think about upcoming projects or anything that's been developed, that's what would go into our 27 budget. So you have to look and say, well, what's coming in the hopper? I was referring earlier, you talked to Jody and like what's in the hopper in development? What's coming before the commission? Those kind of things are where we try to look forward and say, this is what we would expect next year's taxable value increase to be. And then I always wait surprise and see what millage you're going to give me. Do you let me to keep the millage or you do whatever with it? So now, how the CRA value is calculated. So budgetarily, they had a 10% increase. Their original base value of $299 million is now $940 million is the current value. I had an interesting conversation with the manager. The city of Stuart had a CRA before we had a tax increment financing. And we were pondering, where would we be today had we started the tax increment financing, the trust fund, back when the CRA was started instead of, 10 years after. But that's where we are. So this is generating $3 million to CRA from general fund. It's $268,000 more than last year. The way that works is here. So we have the base year, right? This is the base year of where it started. And then, here's the original done in 1998. Here was the East Stuart extension done in 2002. Here's when we added the public safety complex property in 2006. And here was the 2015 expansion, essentially what we like to call north of the bridge. And then here's what their taxable value is this year in those various properties, this being that new increment. So, property values went up $473 million in the core, $8 million in East Stuart, and $158 million in the 2015 expansion. The public safety complex is exempt because it's for public purpose. And then we do that same calculation that we do for general fund. So here's times the mills divided by 1,000 times 95 arrives at $3 million that general fund will pay the CRA. Conversely, Martin County will pay $4 million to the CRA this year, bringing the CRA budget up to $7 million this year. And that one yellow is because there's some exemptions the county has that we don't have, so that's why they're
smiling.
What?
I can see Penel
Yeah,
smiling.
Penel smiling. She, but I do have access to her debit card for the CRA, so don't worry, I can get there. But no, and again, this is based on the county's current millage that I know they're doing, and they're still in the middle of their budget process and where they might happen. Same thing with us. This is based on 5 mills, the current millage. So that's where that comes from. Now, I will read some of this to you so you heard. So earlier I made notice about being included in this Florida League of Cities survey. So Mayor Rich had asked that we participate in this Florida League of Cities data collection survey. And so this is the data that I provided to the Florida League of Cities concerning how ad valorem is for the city. And basically they wanted to know, what's your ad valorem, and then, how much do you have, and how's that compared to your cost of government, specifically public safety? And so I said, okay, right now, in 2025, the adopted budget, we had, 17 million, less the 2.7 million we paid the CRA, meant I really had 14 million. And with a total budget of 48 million, ad valorem is basically 35% of general fund's budget, which is what Florida League of Cities and some of these, the legislators were asking, hey, if we get rid of ad valorem, what impact is it going to have on cities? It's it's 35% of their budget. The majority of their budget isn't property tax. However, at 14 million, our police and fire is $23 million of the budget. And I would say personally, I think when you ask a citizen, what do you pay your property tax for? I think usually they list police and fire first. That's why, they could say, hey, we love our commissioners. We pay taxes to pay commissioners. If they listed that first, hey, okay.
That's great.
So, the split is, so here's an interesting split. From city commission, because I numbered the departments 30 years ago, I gave them their numbers. That's where your numbers came from. So from city commission down through city attorney, which is the first few departments before public safety, and the other departments after it, we all add up to 19 million So everybody else, commission, fire department, finance, IT, streets, parks and rec, everybody, we're 19 million and public safety is 23. So public safety is 70% of our budget and ad valorem's only 35%. So property taxes don't, if we didn't have police and fire, the property taxes we currently collect wouldn't cover everybody else. At 19 million, 14 million doesn't cover it. Likewise, inversely, certainly 14 million doesn't cover 23. So we have a $9 million deficit of property tax to public safety alone. And as I said here in my answer to the Florida League of Cities, I mean, we haven't even considered transportation.
Without adding the 7% FRS.
Oh, yeah, we haven't even added the new rates. Yeah, we haven't talked about that yet. I'm just saying, using the 25 adopted budget, we haven't even discussed like filling a pothole or turning on a light at a tennis
I'm
court.
sure John Hatch is watching.
Yeah. And so the Florida League of Cities actually selected the city of Stuart to be one of their demonstrative examples to go into that. So they sent us a request to say that they would like to include us, and they will be including the city of Stuart in their presentation.
And it was actually, we had submitted this information already, and it wasn't that they would like to include us. They said, here's the data you submitted. We are
doing
using the
it.
city of Stuart.
And is it correct?
And therefore, double check it to make sure your numbers are right.
And they're only going through 2023 because, as you know, with the audit, like we just completed the 24 audit and we uploaded those numbers to the state, which is why department people, the account numbers are important. That's how the state, it's not just Jolie's stuff, it's the state wants our expenses by those account numbers. So we uploaded the 24, but they've been pushing the 23 around to all the cities because that's the one that they've had time to analyze and look at. So the numbers that we're seeing in this Florida League of Cities presentation to the legislature is actually from our 23 year end, not even, and this number kind of got, if I can use the phrase, worse in 24 and 25. So, but at least the information is getting out there, and I think City of Stuart's going to have a voice in the conversation and a seat at the table possibly. Now, for those of you who can't read this.
I believe one of the reasons they chose Stuart is because they want to start addressing the issue of what happens when municipalities stop growing.
Yes.
And because we're 98% built out.
Well,
this is a challenge we really have not faced up until now, so.
Mayor, if I could, so this is the corner that we're painted into. We're practically at build out. As you can see, unfortunately, the predictive model was that we'd have a single-digit increase in property tax values. When the property value stalls, we don't control any other revenues in the city. That's the only revenue we do control, and that revenue currently doesn't pay for very much. So just like the federal government, we have what you would call a tariff. If property tax doesn't cover the nut, well, then you charge businesses a local business tax, and you charge tourists a tourism tax, and you charge visitors a sales tax, and all this. And that's exactly what we're about to get here on the schedule I'm going to show you. Is we have to make up the difference from a conglomerate of numbers, and this is just kind of a joke. No one's obviously going to read this, but that's basically the 25 adopted budget with every revenue that we adopted and what % of the budget it was. Let me zoom in for you. So right here, and I kind of stopped at the top half, sort of. So yes, ad valorem taxes are 35% of the 25 adopted budget, the original adopted budget. However, it's the only double-digit revenue source we have, okay? Now, a few points of interest. The very next line, interest at $4.3 million was 8.9% of the 25 budget. 2 years ago, it wasn't even 1% of the budget. So to Commissioner Giobbe's comment earlier, this is the thing where I'm like, okay, the new administration's probably going to have some positive effects on the economy. I can probably, budget some things. Numbers started ticking up. We have a very diversified investment portfolio, but we do follow the Florida state statute. I can't invest in Bitcoin, for example, right?
XRP?
I can't buy Bitcoin, but the interest started going up. And as I admitted in the last hearing that I had with you, when we decided to hire the attorney, right, instead of attorney, we hired an attorney, The attorney was $300,000 was the, I added, that's why that's $4,300,000. Okay, I put the $300,000 on interest at the last minute. I can tell you now, it's not gonna make that number this year. Because unfortunately, when the stock market does better, the bond market does worse. So, and we do have some commercial paper in our investment portfolio, but we're primarily in US government treasuries and bonds. So very safe, we don't play with principal at all. Like, we don't lose principal. I'll lose interest earnings, but I won't lose principal. So I'm not gonna make the 4,300,000 this year, and I'm already projecting like only 3 million next year. So we've already taken $1 million hit in our revenues just in the interest earnings. So, and I would never budget to pay for firefighters or, recreation people out of interest earnings. Especially with my history here, I've seen it go from 12% interest earnings every year on the nose to, negative, right? Where interest earnings was an expense. So interest earnings aren't reliable enough to be a continuing revenue source. That next line, that's 6.6% interfund transfers, that's money the general fund collects from other funds, like the utility funds, as well as the leased property management fund. And for example, part of that $3 million is a $500,000 transfer from the property management fund. That is a direct payment out for the debt service payment we owed on the courthouse commons property that we bought.
Excuse me, Jolie, there's two components to interest earnings.
Yes,
There's
sir.
the rate, and then there's the principal on
Well,
which
yes.
that rate.
Yes.
Can we expect that principal balance to remain the same going forward?
We're not invading the principal.
Yeah, we're not
balance.
invading the, I'm not, I
I'm
have no.
just asking.
Oh, no, I have no plans to invade the principal.
Okay.
The city manager was once termed in his previous career as doom, and I was gloom, and he said I had a whole bag of no. So I know how to say no in lots and lots of ways.
Good.
So there's no touching the principal. As I said, I don't play with principal. But regardless of your principal balance, I already saw it lose $1 million. So from what it was supposed to make this year to next year is already $1 million less, okay? So, and as I was saying, I would never budget an ongoing expense with an unreliable revenue like interest earnings. And then that interfund transfer, as I was saying, some of that's a direct expense. So $546,000 of that $3 million is the debt service payment the general fund owes for purchasing the courthouse commons property. So that's not like money you get to spend. That's already tied to an expense. That's what we call revenue neutral. And the others are interfund transfers. So the very next revenue that we all get to talk about and that gets challenged or gets budgeted is the half-cent sales tax. That is the existing 6-cent sales tax that the state of Florida does. So as I said earlier, for those of you who haven't been around 30 years to hear me say this, I'll repeat it again. The state of Florida's sales tax rate is 6 cents. When your local retailer collects that 6 cents, they send it to Tallahassee. Tallahassee keeps 5.5 cents of it, and a half-cent comes back to Martin County. And then that half-cent is distributed based on population. So that corner I was talking about being painted into, Commissioner, with the growth in the unincorporated areas and the growth in our neighboring communities like Indiantown, as the total county population grows, Stuart's percentage of that population shrinks,
Yep.
regardless of what happens. And if our neighboring communities increase their population, our percentage of that shrinks. So you could do absolutely nothing different. Best Buy could sell more, just as many TVs as they sold last year, and we will get less of this revenue in a very near future, okay? So now, we could hope that total sales continue to go up, right? So if total sales, if we get more commercial, if Costco really does start selling and collecting sales tax out the wazoo, that could keep this revenue high for us, keep it growing. But that's the only way that can be controlled is by more sales. I don't think that, I think in my last year's budget presentation, we showed the population growth. So in 30 years, we grew 4,000 people. I started at 16,000 here, and we're at 20. So we're not going to keep pace with that. So hopefully we just sell a lot of stuff. But remember, everything we sell, Martin County, Indiantown, right, those people get a share of it too.
If I can just chime in on that. So the half-cent sales tax that Jolie in Finance talks about is the local portion of the state sales tax. The reality of it is is that the state charges 6%, 93% of the generated funds goes to Tallahassee. The remaining 7% stays local. That 7% that stays local is divided based upon population, and our 9.8 or whatever percent of that 7% actually ends up equating to a half cent sales tax.
And that's
But
the 2.7.
population drives will change that number over time. But right now, it's the equivalent of a half cent sales tax.
Yep. The manager's like very good at this finance stuff, so it's always a good backup. And then, of course, as you can see, things like utility tax, electric, our franchise fees we charge on electric, and it goes on down the line. You can see Sewell's Point protection. Currently, last year, this year it went up again. There was another escalator, but Sewell's Point pays us $700,000 in protection fee. That obviously with $9 million in the hole against public safety, that doesn't fill the hole. So, and then right there, our last revenue that's at least 1% of general fund was the voted debt service millage, which is a direct payment to the bonds. So that's not even money you get to keep. That's directly offset by an exact matching expense that we pay for the bonds that we borrowed to build the public safety complex in East Stewart. So after that, every revenue after that is less than 1% of general fund's budget. So the manager and I come up with 65% of this budget from single-digit revenue sources and, less than 1% revenues. So that's how that's how the sausage is made and how this all gets put together. Now, I have to talk about how this is done. So we play a little game of Go Fish. I come in and say, well, I got 48, and he says, well, I got 44, go fish. You don't have any twos. So I'm like, okay. So right now, in the budget, and again, this slide was wrong, 5 seconds after I made it, right? This number's a growing, living, changing number by the minute. But at the time I pressed save button on this presentation, revenues were at 44 million. It's down 3.5 million from 2025 original budget. And the department requests are at 48 million, which is only up $358,000 from the original adopted budget. So, I mean, they didn't really go, they didn't go nuts. They didn't run rampant with their requests, but obviously, there's still a look to be done. This leaves us currently only $3.9 million out of balance. And unfortunately, it does get worse before it gets better. Those new FRS rates that I just found out about haven't been flowed through there yet. And health insurance hasn't been flowed through yet, as well as any other surprises I might find out. I don't know what the unions might say or something, maybe some other revenue that we normally rely on falls through, or some new expense. They'll come in, like, as we leave here tonight, the air conditioning system will explode, at City Hall, and like, oh, okay, that happens. So, those things do happen on a regular basis, just like people. I've gone home and opened up the garage and there was water all over the garage floor. The air conditioner had gone out, so that happens. You just don't know till you get home. Now, I always talk about these rabbits. All right, well, these are the rabbits, and this is where they come from. So there's not anything really super science about it. The best rabbit that you can ever come up with is like a real innovation or a common sense review of something. And so some examples would be, we created the leased property fund. Now you can give Commissioner Kroscoff credit, Commissioner Collins, that Commissioner Kroscoff originally imagined the leased property management fund, where all the properties that the city owns that they lease out to commercial ventures, which makes them taxable, by the by. Even though we own it, it becomes taxable because we rent it. Those funds are parked separately in their own fund, and the money collected off the rent is put against the maintenance on those properties, and any amount above and beyond that is transferred to general fund for its needs, such as making the debt service payment on buying the Courthouse Commons building. And the rent on the Courthouse Commons building is what's paying the rent, or paying the debt service payment, rather, on that building. We also, scrape a little sample off the top as needed. But again, I don't want to become addicted to funding general fund with transfers from other places. But that is one of our better things that we did. Those are just examples of good rabbits, and they're renewable resources, right? So that leased property management fund has consistently generated a very good, healthy return. And the general insurance this year, the manager and I met and we talked and said, you know, we have some properties that are basically double insured, and we have some properties on the books that are already fully depreciated out, and if they were destroyed, we wouldn't want to replace them anyway, some equipment. And after we did that, that's really what resulted in that 7% decrease in the property insurance this year. So that's an ongoing, reliable expense savings.
Situations, to give you examples, would be if we leased the 40-year land lease for the funeral home on Monterey. We own the land and it's a land lease. They built the building, but the property was on our books, and part of their lease requires them to maintain full liability insurance and insurance on the building. So we were listing it as a steady asset, paying double insurance on it. So we went through and sifted those out and removed those so that we didn't pay the double insurance on them.
Then our next level is like the okay rabbits, like deferring projects. So that, you know, we put it off. You know, we don't build something this year, we don't buy something, like, hey, can you drive that old truck one more time, you know? And just as a shout out to the fire department, you know, they had trucks that were older than the drivers driving them. So, you know, we had used trucks from 1996 in the fleet. And so, you know, it was time to replace them. So we've done a good job. The chief, the two chiefs in the room right now have done a good job of working with the manager and myself to get a lot of that equipment replaced. So those are like needs, not wants. And then, you know, the next one is not good, are the one-time revenue sources. That's almost the worst rabbit to pull. So that's like a single funding, like a thing. So right now, the general insurance savings, it was an innovative idea, and it's probably recurring unless we buy new stuff, or, you know, something else happens. If a hurricane did hit us and wiped it out, that 7% savings would disappear the next year. So just going in this year and like, woohoo, we saved money, let's fund a bunch of new equipment and stuff with the savings wouldn't necessarily be prudent, or dipping into a reserve. So as I said, we have reserves that we maintain, one of those being like the health insurance reserve. We'd say, hey, we're going to dip into that reserve to balance the budget and try to, you know, not spend more on this or that. And then the worst one is gambling and not funding a reserve. And I put a comfortable, I have no comfort whatsoever in not funding our reserves, but I could be talked into things by the manager and the commission. So, you know, it's like, oh, our contribution into the reserve for capital fleet this year calculates out to $300,000. Well, we need to balance this budget, so don't put any money in there. How about I only put $100,000 and I'll give you the $250, right? You know, like, can we negotiate this? And so not funding your reserves is always not an advisable practice on our part. The city of Stuart has the credit rating that it has. It has the standards that we've maintained, and the financial, you know, I did the report card for the mayor last year where we talked about all those equity ratios and asset to liability ratios that we do, and how Moody's has rated the city so financially sound is because I have a whole bag of no, and we just say no to a lot of things. So I just wouldn't want to do anything to jeopardize that. Now, why are we still out of balance? The manager hasn't made any cuts yet with the departments. So, and that's what's coming on the next slide. We'll talk about that. The manager hasn't made any cuts yet, and we also haven't done any available funding source to be allocated. So this is the part when we go through this budget review process with the departments is where the rabbits come into play and this stuff happens. So when we get into the manager meeting with the departments to determine what is a need versus a want, because right now I just see it all and it's $4 million out of balance. So, okay, this is what you asked for, you're $4 million out. We'll sit down with the department head and say, what in this list is it like, all right, it would be really nice to have this, but this is broken, we have to have one of those. Then I can look and say, okay, if this is a keeper, then maybe I can fund that with impact fees if it qualifies. Maybe I can fund that with, something, or I happen to know that we just sold something, and for this one time this year, we sold a truck and we got $150,000 for that garbage truck we sold, and you need a new truck for $160. I only got to come up with 10. So that's the kind of horse trading meetings that we do with them. So once we know what the needs are versus the wants, then I can start trying to look for available funding sources. We can also say if this is a need, maybe this applies against one of these grants. So, and another one-time source is like ARPA, right? We had ARPA money. The ARPA money's gone. So that ARPA was a rabbit. It was an $8 million rabbit that funded a lot of, some stormwater projects, funded, part of Station 3, the Fire Station 3. I mean, we used that whole $8 million on everything that we could. We still have things
We
coming.
did not use it for personnel costs.
No, you
because we
couldn't.
knew
Yeah, but you couldn't.
That would cause a shortfall in the long run.
Right, you could, it's like some of these grants where they pay for the employee for 3 years and then you're on the hook for the whole thing. It would be the same thing. It would look great this year, but then next year it'd be like, what happened to our money?
Which is why I think, even though it's a great idea to have the e-attorney, it is, it's tough because it was just a one-time thing that we had said to use that money for, and then we'll have to come up with the money to keep that staff and personnel going over time with additional expenses, so, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Well, that's my job to do for you. If you tell me you want the e-attorney, and the manager says, make it happen, then, we have to do what we have to do to make that happen. So yes, we will look at those, see if there's any more available funding sources such as grants or other single opportunities that happen. Those would be rabbits, not sustainable revenues. You just saw where our ongoing sustainable revenues are, and you only control one of them. And then the city manager and I will continue into the bonus rounds of the Go Fish game that we do. And, we don't always agree on the thing. It's a put and take. So, but, we've never not delivered. So rest assured, the $3.9 million out of balance right now will get worse before it gets better, but we'll bring it home over the goal line eventually. So then I guess, Mr. Manager, at this point, I would say two things that I would ask is that, at some point, we need some kind of consensus from the commission on what the millage they would like me to put not to exceed as the response on the DR 420. And also,
Setting up a budget workshops, right.
right, and when to set up the budget workshop that you would like to see.
So obviously, this is not a binding question, this is a presentation, but in order for us to cut the $4 million or whatever it is, the finance director and I have based every decision on our current millage rate of 5. If the commission is inclined to change that to 8 mills, it would.
Then I'm done. I can walk away right now. If you make it 8 mills, we're good.
We'd have a lot more money laying around. Obviously, we didn't anticipate that, but what we're looking for is some direction from the board. Is that, are we going to leave it directly at 5 and maintain it as we have for, I think, the last 7 years? And then also, I was thinking probably the first budget workshop could be the first week of August sometime, but I didn't know if you guys wanted to have that before a Monday night meeting or as a separate meeting, and, your call.
Okay,
Commissioner Clark, you have a
thank you, I
question?
have my light on. Thanks. Just for Jody, I wanted to ask you if you used any of your time, even just thinking time, not even real numbers time, when the governor and the cabinet was thinking about the no property tax idea. Did you ever?
That's what we just said to you. That's what they're using. That's what the Florida League of Cities is using our numbers for. That was that whole presentation, was we put that together to be used as one of the examples in the.
Okay, because I
right.
I somehow I missed that.
Right.
If you had done a whole set of numbers.
Well,
or you just.
No, he pointed out that we receive $14 million a year in ad valorem taxes.
Right,
And
right.
public safety costs $23 million a year. So if the state cancels ad valorem taxes, we'll have to cancel public safety.
I just wanted to probably reemphasize that. That's
Well,
probably my main.
your state rate of 6% right now, here's a little thought experiment the manager and I were playing around with. Your half-cent sales tax now, at its current rate of 6, and everything we sell in Stuart today generates $2 million. To replace the 14, what rate would the sales tax have to be to replace our ad valorem? Well, Jupiter Island has no retail property sales at all. And their budget is 98% ad valorem.
And sales tax is based upon population.
It's based on
so
population.
Jupiter Island only has 475 homes.
Right. So, I mean, you know, if you up the sales tax rate to 30%, I mean, you'd have to do a bunch of things, Commissioner, like start charging sales tax on food. Start charging, you know, you have to pay your yard man, your yard service, whatever,
Just to
you
live
know,
in the
sales
city.
tax. So I don't currently know how the state of Florida gets away from property tax and moves to a use tax to replace that revenue source.
Okay, I just wanted to have that clearly talked about again, just while we're discussing the budget. Nothing on that except, yeah, I'd be interested to, you were saying that, I think I talked to the city manager personally, and he somewhat assured me that if we can tweak all of those numbers that you're talking about and work with the departments and maybe lessen some things, we could probably still work out like you presented without having to, we could still probably stay at 5% and have a working budget with maybe less, I don't know, a few people less, probably.
Well, obviously,
if-
Jolie's and my goal or position so far has been to try and do the budget based upon the 5 mills. I can tell you that based upon the property value changes that we've had, the sales tax numbers, and the reduction in fees and other things that we've had, that over the course of the last 3 years, there's been discussions with the fire department that we were creating what we called these floater positions, and it was not somebody assigned us to A, B, or C shift, but literally people that could be moved around to avoid the overtime. And last year during union negotiations, we said, listen, if this works, we can continue progressing in this order to resolve these overtimes and to resolve these staffing issues. But I've already informed the fire chief and members of the fire union that we don't have any money to hire those floaters. So at leaving it at 5 mills, we are not replacing any or hiring any new employees. And throughout the course of this year, working with HR, as people have retired, left, or whatever, we have, on attrition, not been replacing the positions in anticipation. And that's why he showed you the numbers $3 million lower than it was last year. So it's all a matter of what you want to see. I mean, we can make the budget work on 5 mills, but there's obviously going to be things that people want that they don't get, but that happens all the time. But I just don't, I want to be clear that if we leave it at 5, it doesn't mean that we have sufficient money to do everything that everybody requested in their departments, because that's not the case. And we'll just go from there. And obviously in the workshops, we're a little premature now, and I know it feels late, because it feels late to me too. It's giving me anxiety. Because last year at this time, we'd already had a budget workshop. I'd already met with all the directors. I already had all the numbers, and we really had a clear direction of where we were going. And this year at this time, we haven't been given the numbers. So by August, we will have all the numbers, and we'll be able to grind it out. And in that first workshop, we'll be able to tell you this is where we're at. It's a little early today because of the way the legislative session fell this year.
Well, in the spirit of the national situation, I just want to hope that we can, I don't want to lose our staff either, but or our services, but I don't want to, I don't want to suggest burdening us with even a 0.000005% or something added to that 5. So less than whatever it is that you'd add to that if you were going to go above the 5 mills. So I'm suggesting that we stay at the 5 mills for right now. We'll see what the national situation does and how lean we have to get in order to maintain our level of service and our level of staffing with all the innovative things that can happen with people who can, we can change certain things in those departments that have the ability to do that, when you can reorganize your overtimes and things like that. So I'm suggesting maintaining the 5 mills, even though we may be barely just scraping by. We'll be right there. But if people want to go above the 5 mills, now's the time to give you the suggestion so that you can.
I don't think that I anticipate hearing that from
Yeah,
anybody.
Well, I'm telling you
It's
right
been a long
now.
time since I heard somebody say, I want to increase taxes.
Yeah, to increase
You're
it.
for that? You're for increasing taxes?
No, just the 5.
You said 5.
Yeah.
You're saying
I know that it's surprising. I'll say 5.000001.
you're gonna raise taxes?
It's a 1000000. Thank you. So yeah, I think we just need to work with it. I appreciate the work that you put into it, Jolie. I don't know, like Mike said, it's late. Not really late, but it's whatever the timing situation. I think that we need to really let the public know when we're having those quote-unquote real budget workshops, and let them see what's happening with each of the departments. I think that's important to hear from the public, and to, I don't know if you need to put a link on some of the new stuff that's happening at the state, or things that affect our budget. Maybe people might want to just look and see what it is and how things are calculated. Some basic thing that could help someone who is interested in the city of Stuart's budget. I think it's important, because it's going to be fast-paced for the next 5 weeks.
Yes, it's a downhill thing from here. So as I said, we meet tomorrow to discuss the health insurance number, and then we've already been in contact with the unions to see what they're feeling out. But starting out, just the request that they made at, $4 million out of balance, there's not going to be much room for any requests.
Yeah.
There'd have to be a lot of trading going on. Right? The departments would have to certainly give up something to get something.
Does Roz have anything? No, you're not ready to talk yet.
No, you shared, Julie has shared.
Roz. Roz keeps us from having mutiny on the bounty.
We try. We have been doing the hiring frost, and really pushing departments who are looking to fill a vacancy to find out if that's really needed. And as far as with the unions, we haven't heard anything from them as far as opening, and as far as we know, it's going to be status quo, but we never know. That could change tomorrow. So we're doing our best and going to try to keep things flat. Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you
It's
use
tough
the
times.
term hiring frost?
Yeah, we call it a frost.
Yeah.
And that's when you don't fill a position that becomes vacated.
There's a
We
lot of
have-
questions. There's
We
a lot of
have some
questions.
positions that need to be filled no matter what.
Right.
So that's not a hiring freeze.
Right.
When we were in the recession, we had positions that it didn't matter how important the position was or not. When that went vacant, it stayed vacant. So HR refers to it as a frost.
I just
So
never
she
heard
doesn't
that.
automatically replace the position. We sit down and talk about it and see if we can push it out or not replace it
Right.
at all.
We had one the other day in utilities a few weeks ago, and they were grilled pretty hard as to why it needed to be replaced. And it turned out that if we didn't, it could have been a safety issue. Well, that changed the conversation a bit, so we agreed to post it.
I
Any
would just
other-
add to the conversation, no matter how many positions you vote for in the budget, I've never seen us be 100% occupied at any one time. There's always, like even the e-attorney, we haven't actually, the attorneys hired, hired.
Correct.
But didn't come on board, and and it's July, and we had it in the budget. So I rely on those kind of attrition numbers. That's a little bit of like money I didn't spend, even though it was in the budget all year. So that helps. And no matter how many full-time positions are approved, Roz is constantly filling and hiring and, whatever, vacating and so we always run not full capacity. It's just, how not full capacity.
And we don't have the market pool that we used to. We used to have an easy pool of highly qualified candidates. The market is not generating those candidates as well anymore, so this available funds for a budgeted position that isn't filled, that kind of helps hold us over. But how much weight do we put on the current employees? And we want to prevent burnout, so there's this ebb and flow and a delicate balance that we have to monitor at all times.
Do you have any other questions, Commissioner Clark?
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to ask questions.
Yes, you're welcome.
No, okay. Vice Mayor.
So my sense is you're looking for direction from us of how to proceed, right? Just our general sentiment.
Yep.
Yes, sir. I would never.
That's the purpose of today.
Yeah, you have to tell me what millage to put on there and when you want to see the numbers and things like that.
I've actually been looking forward to this meeting, this presentation, with the updated composition of our commission being more conservative, fiscally conservative. I've sat through, this is my third one of these rounds of this, and I've wanted to see millage come down, which will sound close to insane after your presentation. But, whether it's federal or state, we see this DOGE element happening. We see this idea of spending less money in terms of staffing. And so my perspective would be, and maybe you have this off the top of your head, what was the last step up to get to 5, 7 years ago or 8 years ago?
4.75. We did a series of $250,000 increases to get there.
My opinion is that should be our goal, is starting to move in the direction of 4 again. Obviously, maybe you take slow steps to get there. But if your property values are increasing like this, I know everything costs more, but at the same time, I want us to be spending less money so we can be lowering millage instead of sitting at 5 forever, potentially looking at raising it. I detest comparisons with the county because I feel like they are bloated, and we are smaller, nimbler in terms of a business, and we should be able to run more streamlined than them. And I think they spend way too much money. In terms of the property tax conversation, I think that's a real concern. There's a lot of beating that drum from the governor and others. That's a very real thing that could happen to the point of your curve that you had up, right, where we're now seeing a single-digit increase. Charts don't go up forever, and just like in 07, 08, we should be thinking about whether it's property taxes or the property values decreasing, having some other crash. I think we should be looking at spending less money as well.
We're almost at a 10% reduction over last year's. It was 40. The 3 million, if it was 4 million, would have been a 10% reduction.
Mm-hmm. So I think we should be looking at spending less money, and not in terms of capital improvement or touching our PFOA money or something like this. I think we should be looking at staff. It's out of my scope to talk about, I can give general priorities as to what I think in a future meeting. But I believe it's outside of my scope. The one lever I can pull is millage. The one thing I can say is this is where we should be at millage-wise, and then put the pressure internally for that to be accomplished. Those are my general thoughts. It'll be a little bit different than your thoughts. I would like to see a tax decrease. I would like to see less spending and something like a DOGE internally where we're following suit. The federal government and state government are not stupid. There's probably reasons why they're doing that are beyond just political. And, following this era of COVID and a lot of money and things, maybe we're looking at a decrease. We should be following suit and thinking about that so you don't have reactionary layoffs that can be much uglier or affect public safety or, something like this. But those are my thoughts.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, Jolie, was there a budget shortfall last year in preliminary, meetings?
Oh,
What was it? What was that?
we cut 1.9 million or 2 million last year.
It wasn't 4 million?
Oh, it wasn't 4 million, but we also, some of those rabbits in the hat, We had some ARPA money still in last year's budget to help offset some of those expenses and projects. So this is why I know the manager and I can get it done, because the departments came in almost exactly where they were last year, but I know that they've cut capital, so they must have eaten it up somewhere else. So, you know, that I know that the manager can go through those requests.
Now historically, is it normal, I guess, for the unions to wait for the first budget cycle and then they normally meet with you guys? Or do they normally meet, have they ever met with you guys before?
Commissioner Reed,
I'm
it's
just
been,
curious.
oh, no, it's been way worse in the past. So actually, in previous administrations before Mike and Roz, and I'm not disparaging any of the previous city
I'm just
managers.
curious if it's a
The unions actually met with us after the budget was adopted, which was always crazy. At least, you know, HR now and the city manager now are like, no, you need to come to the table before we adopt the budget, and let's see what's in it, rather than adopting the budget and then coming to the table in November.
What would be their reasoning behind that, though?
Just timing on their part. They always said they couldn't get their membership together, they couldn't poll the members, that kind of thing. So we've actually made a concerted effort to try and meet with the unions before that. I mean, obviously, I would like to know back in March, but, you know, they do that. So you have the adopted agreements that were signed for this year that included numbers already guaranteed to them in the 26 budget. That part's in this $3.9 million that I gave you. But, you know, if something else happened, or like I said, when we know where health insurance is, that'll be rolled through the number.
Deciding factor.
I mean, it could be, couldn't be. It's just, we're self-insured, and it's just we just had a bad year. You know, and so your experience, just like in your personal life, my car caught on fire here at City Hall parking lot.
Wow.
I drove it till it caught on fire. And, you know, surprisingly, I got dropped by the
You
insurance.
got your money's worth, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, I drove the goodie out of it, as they say. And so, you know, but my insurance company dropped me. So, I mean, that was a bad claim, and they're like, all right, thanks, we paid your claim, but now you're done, you know, go find somebody else. Yeah, go take your ball and play somewhere else. So, I mean, we've just had a bad year, and, you know, that's going to happen from time to time, so. But yes, sir. But no, we are meeting with the unions earlier than we used to. Just, you know, it is still
And
kind of
as
last
far as the question about the unions is concerned, we have, it's in theory, contracts with the unions that are 3-year contracts. I've been saying to them, this would be a good year just to not do openers, because I don't have a lot of loose change laying around to talk about stuff. But I still expect that they'll come forward, and they're as interested in these numbers as you guys are.
They look at my tie also.
Right, and so they, you know, I expect next week that I'll be hearing from somebody. It's not just unions, I mean, it's every department says they need this or need that or want this or want that. And, you know, ironically, you heard the presentation from CapTech at the beginning of the meeting. The truth of it is, we got about $25 million worth of stormwater that we need to do, and there's not $1 applied in this budget to any stormwater. So when you say, you know, if we dropped it to 3 mils, that would be what it was. But the first thing we would do is say, okay, well, the parks are not going to be getting mowed, the lights are not going to be at the parks, and the stormwater is going to be put off another few years or whatever it is. So it's all give and take. It's just a matter of what level of service and what is it that gets chopped off the chopping block and how much that adds up to. The other thing is, in the city of Stuart, and we learned this in 2014, the reason we did the fire assessment is because we learned that if you did a 1 millage increase in ad valorem, 65% of our parcels didn't pay any increase because they were either homesteaded or they were 501c3, or their assessed value of their unit was so low that it didn't pay any taxes anyway. So that converse is true too. If you cut taxes, 65% of our parcels aren't getting a reduction because there was no payment to be reduced. And I know, like, for my house, because I own my house since 2001, when we got to the recession in 2009, 10, 11, and 12, although the value of my house saw about a 40% reduction in value, my taxes still went up 3% every year because the homestead cap that had been on it protected it anyway. And as a result, if the city commission were to cut 2 mills off the taxes this year, my taxes, I would not see that. It wouldn't cause any change reducing wise to my taxes. I would still be on the climb. So there's a lot of math in there.
Yeah, there's artificially reduced taxable value because of the homestead exemption. So it's like I said, every year, even if you advertise doing a rollback or whatever, there's still people coming here, my taxes went up, because each person's individual experience is different. If they improved their property when we did a rollback, well, their value went up. The magic number is like, your property didn't change, and I rolled back my tax, then you'll pay the same you paid last year.
Yep.
But if you have a homestead exemption and your house is really like 500,000, but you've been in it since 1900, it's been reduced each year to 3%. So there's like all this built-up bandwidth behind it, and when you pull that out, well, it just catches up. So it's very hard for you as an elected official to tell your constituents, like, hey, I'm going to reduce your taxes, and then they come in and are like, my tax bill still went up. It's all about the total value of the city is what this is calculated on, not individual tax properties. Yeah, so they take the whole 9,000 parcels and say, it went up 7%. Underneath that, it's like, this one went up, that one went down, so it's all over the place. Sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack you on your conversation.
No, you're good. So like hypothetically speaking, like what Vice Mayor Collins is saying, what would that do to the budget for ad valorem if we lowered the millage then?
A $250,000 in the math equates to a net, after I do the 95% and all that, $913,000 would be the instant cut.
$5 million total.
I'd be about $5 million in the hole.
Big number.
Clearly, we're spending too much
I
money.
think Commissioner Joby had a
Yeah,
question.
but
If we have property values
Okay.
increasing this much and we still have a 3.9 deficiency, we're spending way too much money.
It's actually the lowest property value increase we've had since, I think, 2015. So in the last 10 years, this is the lowest increase we've had.
But if your budget is based on the assumption that you have to get these double-digit increases in property values, it's not reasonable. Like, I would never run my business with the assumption that I'm gonna net another 12% or I'm gonna be deficient. You need to decrease your spending
Right.
so that there's more cushion there.
But it's providing a level of service too, and so there's a balance in it, in that people historically that moved to the cities knew that the taxes in the city were on top of the county taxes, and they moved to the city anyway because they wanted events or boardwalks or fireworks or whatever it is. And as a result, not Stuart, I'm talking about
In general.
every city in the country. And as a result,
We do this
You-
thing where we make
right.
it about capital
Could you
improvement.
just let the manager?
it's, no, by the way, I would
staff.
love for taxes to be
Expenses are
zero.
staff.
I pay a significant amount of taxes. But I also know that I like living in the city, and I like the parks, and I like to be able to go do the stuff and the street lights and the sidewalks and the stuff that we want. So it's a balance. Now, I'm gonna follow whatever number you guys direct. It's just that last year's budget was balanced. Balanced mean it was a zero-sum game. It was, we spent all of the ad valorem that we received, and as we point out this year, the ad valorem is $9 million short of paying for public safety.
Right.
At the halfway point, or whatever we said, we demonstrated that the development department was down 60%. Part of that was the zoning in progress, but the other part of that was that we were already at 98% build out. That was a thing that was coming. We knew it was coming. That was not a surprise. And as you mentioned, you can't just keep anticipating. So what you have to do as a business model is shift the model. The city of Stuart, in the strategic plans, and I'll talk about that later when we talk about City Hall, had shifted their business model to try and shift away from a development business model that the state of Florida has always had and more to a tourism model. And its theory was to generate value and revenue from a tourist model. But that, we shifted away from that a little bit this year, so we're gonna have to find a different model to fill the gaps or whatever it is on the revenue. It's, again, like you said, whatever the rate is what the rate is, and we will develop a budget based upon that, and the commission can decide based on that budget if that's what they want.
Commissioner, or Mr. Manager, also, I would just say, like in the EMS world, when you do the run and you agree to accept Medicare, Medicaid, you contractually agree to a 60% write-off. The cost of the run is still $100, but you've already agreed to only take $40. I mean, the cost is the cost. It's not like they can make the run on the ambulance cheaper. It's just that's all the revenue you're going to get for that run. You got to come up with the $60 from somewhere else. But because you agreed to do that, you're taking $40 for a $100 run. That's what it is. And so our ad valorem taxes, and I know because I've personally spoken to hundreds of taxpayers over the years on the telephone, most people believe that old expression, like, I pay your salary, young man. And I'm like, no, you actually don't. I think, my money probably comes out of like parking tickets that the police collect. I mean, it's like, because ad valorem isn't enough to pay for public safety, it's also not enough to pay for us. Like I said earlier, the rest of us are 19 million, and at 15 million, we're 4 million short on the rest of us. So, and there's all these interesting statistics. Like, if I laid off the city commission, the city manager, the city clerk, myself, IT, whatever, we'd have to stop at like garage, and we'd have to 3.9 million if we laid off all that. Like, okay, that's all I have to cut to get to the 3,000,009. See what you know what I'm saying? So these numbers just come flying at me all the time. And it's like a year of sevens. We had a 7% increase in property values, but there's 7% already in the union contract, and there's 7% in the FRS rate. So like, I'm gonna go play the lottery and run 7 somewhere, because like the number just popped up organically everywhere. So that's the thing you tell me, and the manager's absolutely right. You say, I want to reduce this to 0.25 mils, and you get consensus on that, then yeah, we're like, all right, we're cutting 900,000 more, we're 5 million out, as Commissioner Reed pointed out. And you say, okay, well now that's the number we're starting with. What do I have to cut to get to that number? Mm-hmm. And that's it. Like, are we going? Like, I've been in Stuart in times where we didn't turn on the lights at the park, right? We closed the racquetball, we closed the shuffleboard court, and we didn't turn on the lights at the tennis courts and all that kind of stuff to try and, get there. And then ultimately the commissioners were, there's no place that we can play bridge. Was the thing. We closed all the rec centers, and then they got calls from people like, there's no place for us to play bridge. So everything's a give and take, and, I serve at your will, at your pleasure. And if you say it's down 0.9. Now, what I would also say is, remember, this is the number not to exceed. So if you
even if we kept it at 5, you're still cutting 4 million to balance it.
Yeah, well, my point would be, if you kept it at 5, and then during the workshop, you came to a consensus that, well, we want the millage to be 4.75.
It might be possible.
Oh, no, it's absolutely possible. You do that.
It's definitely possible,
But if you set it at 4.75 and then you say, hey, we can't get there without like.
We can increase that number, but it's going to be hard.
Oh, it's very difficult to
It's going to
increase
be
it
hard to
after you
make it
set the
5
not
and
to
come down to
exceed.
4.75. If we give you direction to 4.75 and you come back and say it's absolutely impossible without turning all the lights off.
And you have to go to 5
We're
again.
going to make the decision not today, but there's going to be multiple.
In August, you're going to have to give a not to exceed number that you vote on.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
but if today we're giving direction and saying.
So I believe Commissioner Clark.
Oh, yeah, no, it's.
Commissioner Clark, did you have questions?
If Jody still has something.
Yeah, you don't have to give it to me today, but what I was telling you is the not to exceed number says, okay, the government can go up to this number without any delineations or hoop jumping or anything like that. But if you set the not to exceed at 4.75 and then later say, oh, we really needed 4.8, you have to pay for a separate round of advertising and public hearings and all that kind of stuff by the state law, because you told everyone that their rate wouldn't exceed 4.75, and then you increased it, yeah. So, but no, in August, you have to, there's 100 days of trim. It's called 100 days of trim, and from July 1st through, August 9th or whatever, it's like the 100 days, and we have certain deadlines where I have to return the number to the property appraiser and the tax collector to put on the tax bill, and we have to tell Tallahassee by a certain date, and then it has to run in a newspaper of local circulation. Like, they allowed the school board to do it on their website only, they're still making municipals do it in a newspaper. But anywho, that's beside the point.
Yeah.
So it saved the school board's money, but it still costs me money to advertise it. So those are you'd have to send out individual letters to everyone, which is a multi-$1,000 mailing to do that. So I'm just saying, when you're contemplating the rate you want to do, there's a not to exceed number versus what you can play
And
with.
if I could also chime in Martin County, the millage rate is right about 20 mils. It's like 19.86 mils or something like that for City of Stuart, Martin County, South Florida Water Management District, School Board, Florida Inland Navigation District, et cetera. But on a $300,000 house, a
Taxable value
20% millage rate, if it's 300,000 taxable value, the 20% millage rate would make their taxes about $6,000. The 5 mils that the city charges would be $1,500. If you reduced it to cut the $900,000 from our budget, it would change their bill from $1,500 to $1,425. So it would change it by about $8 a month for the entire year. The single house probably wouldn't see the difference in that in the 20 mils, but the $1 million cut in your budget, you'll see it, because it's $1 million, it's not $8. So that's where you guys have to balance what's the sweet spot, or whatever that's called. I mean, obviously, I had never had any intention to come in and present a budget that increased the millage rate, but I will tell you that that is not, the city is going in the direction of an increased millage rate at some point, because the revenues, you saw the charts, the revenues are falling like a waterfall. And so too much money is being spent, right? The level of service, or the services being provided, are exceeding the revenue. And as a result, we need to cut those services and stop providing the services, or you're going to end up in a millage rate increase, or find a new revenue source.
Right.
So that, those are the options to it. But that's not the issue this year. I'm not asking for a millage case. I never was. From the very first time Julie and I talked about it, literally last November, we never took a position that it was going to be a millage increase this year. But I just mention it, that if we continue to go in the same direction, it will become critical in the next 24 months.
Property already getting a rate cut, thank you, the state of Florida, because the
I'm sorry,
increased
sir.
exemption?
I'm sorry, sir, say that again?
The state of Florida increased the exemption on homesteaded property, didn't they?
That is one of the bills that.
So
yeah,
we will be getting a rate cut, the individual homeowners.
Yeah, I mean, this is the certified value for this year, so all the exemptions that were adopted have been posted into this one, but 27 will have some other exemptions in effect with it. And I'm certain they're going to ask for more, because there's, just like trying to kill local business tax, right? They want to kill our $700,000 business tax fee.
Right.
Which is 2% of general fund. So if they killed the local business tax and added, other special death benefits to some of the things they wanted to do in FRS, I mean, those rates would go up.
That's certainly a calculation we want to make for next year. Commissioner Clark?
Yes, thank you. I'm thinking before I speak what I want to speak.
Good.
My father called it, put your mind in gear before you put your mouth in motion.
It didn't happen. So, for what Commissioner Collins brought up with regard to being as lean and nimble as possible, and I think Mr. Mortel used the word shifting the model from the tourism and getting funds from folks elsewhere. I think I was a mayor during 2013, 2014, or somewhere in that area, when we had the fire tax. And did I say fire tax? I shouldn't have used that word. But assessment.
Fire assessment.
And-
Right, you said it right.
And so I was a part of that big issue that had to be done at a time when everything was also, it wasn't, the economy wasn't that good. And that happened during that time. And I'm wondering if this is a time when our commission entirely, or certain commissioners, if this is a time when we talk again, although it's not on the agenda now, but if it needs to be brought up, maybe not for this budget time, but for a planning for the future. It wasn't good the last time when we had big discussions about it, and this would be what happens to our police, what happens to our fire. Do they go to the county? Do we maintain our independence in maintaining those critical departments within our city? And do we have, I think the word Doge was used, do we have changes in restructuring the way that our city delivers services and how we create a lean and mean model? Not mean, sorry, just a lean model. Efficient model. I'm just saying this, and if we need to have a discussion on this, because people need to know if that's what we're thinking, if we want to change the structure of the city. I know that some of this stuff has to go in front of our residents. We've talked about fire districts and all kinds of things. I remember those meetings when we were going through the assessment, and there was a lot of discussions and meeting about what is best. And that would also mean doing some work with the county. But I just wanted to put it out there so that the residents can consider certain things, and we can consider things, and definitely the departments. And I'm going to say something which I hope nobody takes incorrectly, but if you have certain professionals at the city of Stuart, and it's not that one department is more professional than the other, but we do know that we have departments that have folks working in their best interest, let's say like the unions, and you have other people who may get onto the city. Nobody gets a $7 an hour job anymore, but 13, 20, whatever the minimum wage that somebody pays. They might be the last hired and the first fired, and then 4 more guys on their crew may be the ones who are doing all the hard back-breaking work, and we still have at a higher level where we have all of our professionals being maintained, working their work schedule, Kelly days, whatever it is. And so where do we have that balance? We can't just say, just because those guys don't have a union for them, and we can just get rid of them, or we can get rid of certain staff. And I know that we have to work hard on this, but we have, I think that explanation that talks about the property taxes and how it truly affects the homeowner, and whether or not those persons have they're not paying, they have the homestead exemption, and how it really affects them, and then what affects us at the big level when those monies accumulate from small $8 and all the different things that have to be paid. When you look at your tax bill and you see everything that it goes towards, it's important. And I think we really have to go through that balance. But if we're talking about making certain things which are considered cuts when it comes to budget time, then we're going to have to let people know that there's those considerations, and those departments or those professionals who are our backbone in our community. I look at our police and our fire as essential backbone in our community. That is somebody saying, well, we can let that service go to some other area, does the county want it? Does a private service? What is going to happen? And if that's what we want to, bring up and discuss, it may not be this time, but I think that we need to be aware that that could go towards that edge of, as when we're looking at this, because it could mean a change in how services are delivered, if that's what we want to look at. And like I said, I don't think it's in the next 5 weeks, but we have to understand that.
I'm confused.
Why?
I don't know.
So let me be clear. I'm not talking about cuts to public safety. I'm not talking about sort of dissolving the city's public safety and having them go to the county. This is not the kind of thing I'm discussing. I'm not talking about cutting utilities or these essential functions.
Okay.
And this particular meeting, I don't think it's about stratifying what the most important departments are. But what we can do tonight is signal and take leadership in saying there's a new trajectory that we want to start going into, kicking the can in terms of staying at 5 because it's just going with the flow. As to city manager's point, you know, that's going to lead, we're going to end up having to raise millage. If we don't start doing something different, we're going to be looking at having to raise millage, and going along to get along through another budget cycle, I don't think is a good path. And this particular DNA of this board, I think, has the leadership capacity to do something profound and say, we're going to start going in a new trajectory. We're going to start moving towards 4. Maybe we stay at 4.75 for 10 years, but we're not going up. We're saying we're going to start going down. And what that's going to force these guys to do, which I have full faith in, is they're going to say, this is what that's going to look like. And then over those successive meetings, we can say, this is what we want to prioritize. You know, everybody's important, but if we're going to start looking at, you know, spending, this is, you know, we want to make sure we have these things, and, you know, if something's got to go, maybe it's this or that. But I think that in light of, again, property taxes, in light of the fact that we are 3.9 short, even with property values going up, and that very well could start to turn down like it already is, true leadership here would not be saying, let's do another year 5 and see how it goes. Let's not ruffle too many feathers, even though this is an intense thing to do. It's something different in the last 7 years. I believe that we should start looking at spending less and taxing less, assuming that that very well could get taken away from us. That new trajectory, forcing these guys' hands to be creative and figure out how we're going to do that and start that new path, is what a 4.75 would do instead of a 5. But again, to be clear, I'm not talking about cutting police or fire, dissolving that and having that go to the county or anything like that.
Okay, I wanted to hear that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, I have no interest at all in reducing our current tax millage. When I travel around the state, which I do quite often, I was just on the West Coast and meet elected officials from other municipalities. One of the first questions I always ask is, what is your millage, and are you going to raise rates? And I am shocked at how high the other millages are in the other communities, and we certainly can get a comparison provided to us. And most of them seem to be raising rates. I would take that suggestion more seriously if we didn't seem to be engaging in such unnecessary spending. We're going to be short 900 grand with a 25 basis reduction. Well, between the skate park, which probably will come in closer to $750,000, and the loss of the grant, that's 1.2. So in order to compensate for that, we're going to reduce our revenue. We just hired an attorney, an environmental attorney, at all in around $300,000, who's already indicated a need for additional staff and resources. And our response to that unexpected expenditure is to say, we're not going to raise the revenue to pay for that. That's irresponsible on our part. There was a statement made up here that property values are going to decline. They are going to decline. We are going to see a reduction in the revenue, not only from the increased exemptions, but there are 4 properties in my neighborhood that have been for sale on the market for 9 months. And they're all shocked at how long it's taken to sell those properties. And at least my part of town, those homes would not stay on the market for very long at all. So they are reducing their prices, which means reduced ad valorem revenue. We're not going to be getting as much money from the state. We're not going to be getting as much money from the federal government.
Spend less.
And I think what we need to do is start developing an emergency fund. This is what I would say we should consider. Because when we do get a natural disaster, we should have resources available to deal with it in the absence of the state being there, in the absence of FEMA being there. Look at the billions of dollars that FEMA did not provide to Western North Carolina. And I think that's the more responsible way to go forward, rather than a reduction at this point in time. But we will make this final decision in the near future. We need to give you a date for a budget workshop?
So what I wanted to start with was, obviously we have August. So we have an August meeting currently scheduled for, I believe it's August 11th. Ironically, that is Ruth Holmes' first day as well. We could schedule the workshop. The meeting starts at 4. We could say, okay, let's have a workshop and start at 2 o'clock on August 11th and have it be on the same day. Or would you guys like to have it be, the week before, or that same week? It
I
doesn't
can't
matter to
be
me.
there. I can't, and neither can Commissioner Clark,
Yeah,
apparently.
I don't think I can get anything I won't have enough time to meet with the directors in July, because there's really it's the 14th, so that's 2 weeks as July is over. So the soonest we could do it is the first week of August. The second week of August would be my preference. We have a meeting on the Monday, August 11th. I know that you guys are used to being here on those Mondays, so that's why I was suggesting if we could
18th.
just make it a long day. I don't think there's a ton of stuff on that meeting either, so it's not terrible. But at least it's not going to disrupt your schedules too much, because you know that that's already on your books. But again, it's the preference of the board. It doesn't matter to me, whatever works
2
best for
PM,
you.
August 11th or August 18th?
August 11th,
August 11th is the next commission.
Yeah.
It's the August commission meeting.
the first meeting in August.
Yeah.
We could do it then.
So then that meeting would start earlier.
Yes, it would start earlier.
We would add a budget meeting in
Hey,
front
Jolie,
of
the
it.
not-to-exceed vote is not August 11th. It's before
Is that
September
okay with you,
1st, right?
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, well, according to Trim, it's going to be because of where July 1st fell on, I think I have until the 15th to fill out the form. No, of August.
Of August, so.
No, because it has to go out on, our number that you pick goes out on the
Okay,
Trim
so on
notice
that
on that
August 11th
proposed tax bill, yeah.
We'll have the workshop in the afternoon, and then at the actual August 11th meeting following the
5:30.
workshop, we would have a not-to-exceed agenda item.
And that would get the public involved.
Yeah,
So-
the tax collector would send out the Trim notice that says, here's the proposed not-to-exceed rate of the city of Stuart.
Right.
And people would see what their proposed tax bill would look like, not to get any higher than that unless you jump through all those hoops I said. And then you would actually adopt those rates officially in September at our 2 Trim meetings in September. But yeah, I have to have that form back to the property appraiser before September. I mean, back to the tax collector before September.
So my recommendation probably would be to have it be on the 11th, unless you guys want to pick
that's
another
fine.
date.
Any objection? Commissioner
fine.
Joby, do you have a question?
I do, because you're going to have to create numbers if we decide, before, you would have to create those numbers based on 4.75 as a mill rate before the 11th, not on the 11th.
Well, right, the budget we're going to present to you is going to be based on whatever number you want it to be.
So it needs to be decided tonight for him to work on those.
Oh, no,
numbers.
I mean,
At least give you some direction.
no,
Yes,
I
direction.
I think I'm clear on what you want. We're going to start talking about a reduced millage budget And then if at the budget workshop, you change your mind for higher, then it's always easier to go up than it would be to be at that budget, and then you say, oh, I want to go to 4 now. Like, okay, that's,
Exactly. And my hope is when you put your numbers together, that it's not what can happen sometimes where we're gonna cut all these capital improvement.
It's not,
projects.
first of all,
Well-
we don't have a lot of capital improvement projects anyway, so that's not gonna be a concern.
that's what I was trying to, no, that's what I was trying to tell you earlier, Commissioners, that this number that the department heads, or that the department directors already submitted, I've looked through it, they've already cut most of the capital that made the budget what it was last year. So, I mean, these aren't like, oh, I just won't buy that big fire truck this year. Like, that's already done. Like, the fire department didn't ask for a fire truck. So the big capital items aren't in this request that we already have. So that's what I'm saying, we will be digging into, well, it's like I was trying to tell you earlier, I mean, you could lay off the top 8 departments in general fund, including yourselves and me, and we would get to about 3.9 million. I mean, you got the city clerk, there's 3 of them in that department?
The 3.9 million thing, I mean, I've seen this through these successive meetings. I understand that is a crowbar used to say, this is how behind we are, and we'll go behind the scenes and make it work. But in practical terms, that's not the anchor that I'm arguing with you about. I'm arguing with you about the difference between 5 and 475. Because I know you can get to 5 easy. That 900. And out of that 900, that not being cutting off the lights and AC and capital improvement projects, but staff. I have no desire to anchor to the additional 3.9. It's like going to the dealership and you get the MSRP.
Yeah.
The invoice is the difference between 5 and 475 with that 900.
Yes.
That's
Well,
what
first
I'm
of all,
saying. When they come
I
back-
understand, I'm well-versed in vocabulary. An argument doesn't necessarily mean a conflict. So an attorney can present an argument that is not a conflict. So I'm not arguing with you. What I'm saying is the 3.9.
Healthy argument, healthy debate.
The argument is that the 3.9 is already there without a lot of capital requests. That's the low-hanging fruit for me to cut. That would be a rabbit out of a hat, like, hey, I balanced it, I cut all their capital requests. And what I'm saying to you is that fruit that you're talking about, that would be, oh, it's staff. I'm saying it takes multiple departments of people to add up to $1 million, which is the 900,000, I mean, right?
What I'm talking about is a reprioritization and restructuring of.
Okay. Yeah, and you've laid out what you're not talking about moving the fire to the county, you're not talking about laying off whatever. So yeah, there'll be a buffet, a cafeteria for you to choose from where the cuts would come from.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jolie. Comments by city commissioners. Commissioner Reed, do you have any comments this evening?
The only thing I had was I won't be at the meeting at the end of this month or the joint meeting with the school board and the county. That's all.
When is the joint meeting?
That's all.
When is
Commissioner
the joint
Kilby.
meeting, Mr.?
I can look at my calendar and give you the exact date.
'Cause I'm not,
So I know it's the 28th for the city meeting. The joint meeting is
31st.
The 31st is the
Okay.
joint.
so July 31st. I won't be at that one
I
either.
won't be here either then.
On the 31st?
You said?
Correct. I won't be at the 28th one either for the regular city
Well,
commission.
then neither will I. No, I'm just kidding.
Why don't we just stand them up? Let's all just not go.
I mean,
We could just skip it.
Thank you. It's clear.
you're welcome.
We protest?
Commissioner Joby.
I've notified the city clerk. I will not be at the meeting on the 31st, the citywide meeting. I'm having surgery next Friday. and
HIPAA. You don't have to tell us.
That's okay. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal, but I mean, I'm fine to say it. And I will, what I've done is just, I'm not doing any other things, but I will be attending commission meetings. I've just arranged it that way. Okay. But I do have some items to discuss.
Mr. Manager, I'm sorry to interrupt. I have an important update. So the way the calendar falls, day 35 is August 4th. So I would need to tell the tax collector by August 4th what the not-to-exceed rate is.
So July 28th.
Well, I mean, if you need an actual workshop to tell me what the not-to-exceed rate is, yes. If you,
Well,
I'm
no matter
available,
what,
sir.
we're gonna have to do the July 28 as a
Okay.
not-to-exceed rate.
I have,
well, I'm saying, we got consensus from the commission last year without an actual workshop.
Right.
But if you want to wait till the workshop or have an official
No, I mean,
workshop,
by the
then
way,
you
it
need to
doesn't
do it on the
matter.
28th.
On July 28th, we're gonna have an agenda item
Okay.
to meet that. So
Yep.
we're still gonna have the workshop on the 11th. We can have a brief summary with the commission, and you know, obviously, you and I'll have a chance between now and then to do some of the numbers.
Yep.
And if they pick 4.75, then that'll be the number not to exceed.
But we'd
I-
be picking 475 on the 28th, and Commissioner Reed's not going to be here.
Yeah.
He's not here.
So we very well
I
could
will
have an
be-
issue where we have a 2-2,
The motion fails.
Yeah,
then we would not be able to submit that, and you would have an issue.
But what's our alternative? There's no other meeting between now and then.
if you don't, there's a lot of like fallout parachute moments where you can pull the ripcord. They would probably just keep the prior year's millage as the not to exceed automatically.
So then we need to schedule
Can
and
we-
advertise a meeting.
On the
where all
25th.
5 of us can be there to make that vote.
So we can make a
25th.
motion this evening.
the 25th or the 24th?
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I just have to have it on the piece of paper by August 4th, according to the 100 days of trim.
So Mike, how much time do you need to advertise a meeting? Is 2 weeks?
Well, it's not an emergency.
Yeah, it's not an
When
emergency.
would the meeting be?
5 days.
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to be at that emergency meeting. I'm getting operated on the 18th. I
On the
mean, I may or may not. I'm not sure how
So could you make,
ambulatory I'd be.
24th,
I
25th.
planned it to be available the
Julie,
28th.
that needs to be available when? We need to vote by
4th
when?
of August.
The August 4th is the last day that we can submit the DR 420.
So Commissioner Giobi, could you have a special meeting on, say, the 29th or the 31st?
Oh, the 29th. I plan to be here on the
No.
28th, so I mean, I
Either
could,
Commissioner Clark or I will be here.
oh, they're not going to
You
be
the
here in
31st?
July.
No,
No,
Oh,
I am leaving
from the 30th to
at
the
6
4th.
a.m.
Neither is
Tuesday after
Commissioner
the
Reed.
meeting, and I am back Sunday at 6 p.m.
So
prior to our
potentially-
Monday meeting.
How about the 24th? So not,
But I think Commissioner Giobi just said she would be here for, you'll be taking the meeting on the 28th?
the 28th I will be able to be here. I'm not
That's our
coming to,
regular-
Oh, Commissioner Reed's on here. I'm sorry, I apologize. You're not
Yeah.
here on the 28th. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not here on the 28th.
he's
or the
not here on the
31st.
28th.
25th, 24th.
Commissioners,
kinda
could
middle
we
of
do the
next week.
24th?
So,
As soon as you need to do it.
As long as it's before 4 o'clock.
Commissioner Giobi, would you be up and running on the 24th?
I have no idea.
Can we wheel you in?
You can wheel me in for the, just wheel me in for the vote. I could be here. I don't know that I would be able to stay the whole meeting. I mean,
Okay.
it's like 4 or 5 days.
Well, if
after
we have a
that.
special meeting,
At 2 p.m.
it's
is
not
fine.
going to be that long
Yeah, you-
because it's
you
going to be just
hit the
sitting in that
gavel,
to
have the
exceed
meeting,
rate.
and hit the gavel again.
Make the vote, everybody can.
Right.
on the
We have a
24th.
Rivers
2 p.m. on the
Not going to
24th.
be here for that either?
Okay.
Rivers
When are you
Coalition,
leaving?
so it has to be in the
We're still
afternoon.
figuring it out.
Oh, okay.
On
What's
the
your schedule
24th?
then?
He doesn't know yet.
Turn my phone on and look, but
Yeah, why don't you do that?
yeah.
23rd?
Probably the middle of next week, I won't be here for a while.
Oh, for a while.
So then the alternative would be if we wanted to make it 475, we'd have to vote tonight.
Well, that's what
correct?
I said. Could we not vote, make a motion tonight? We're all here. That would make the most sense.
I think it'd be inappropriate without seeing budget stuff, but that's my opinion.
Well, we're asking
'cause
him to
it's-
make the numbers based on that.
Right.
So then you would be seeing the numbers.
Now, recognize, you could make it not to exceed 5 and still adopt a 4.75 millage rate.
That's what I would
It's
rather
just that you
see.
can't exceed the number. You could
Right.
make it 9 and still adopt a 4.75. But if you would make it 4.75 not to exceed, you can't adopt a 4.76.
Okay.
Right.
That
Not
is what
to
I was trying
exceed
to
five.
let you know earlier. So if you just put on the piece of paper, it's 5, you can come in and adopt the budget officially in September with a 475. You have 2
Yes.
public hearings in September to adopt the final millage rate.
And you got the memo that you're going to come with both options and
Right.
and what that looks
Okay,
like? Yeah,
great.
okay. I'm good.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Okay.
Where does this leave us, Mr. Mortel?
It leaves us with
A split
the
vote is
consistent,
5.
well, we still have a scheduled workshop at 2 PM on August 11th, and I will be putting a not to exceed on the 28th. Right now, I'm going to leave it as a not to exceed the 5 mils, just because that's what I would have done no matter what, because that's what we do every year based upon the millage rate. And then if you guys reduce it or increase it at that meeting, that's the discretion of the board. But, again, the not to exceed rate is just a notice thing. It is not what ends up being the final rate.
Okay.
The commission could say not to exceed 5 and adopt a rate of 3.
But it does set the tone
Right.
for what our goal is.
Well, I think the conversation tonight set that tone as well.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay, sorry to interrupt the commissioner
No,
comments.
that's okay.
No, you needed to
You
make
needed to
that
say what
clear.
you had to say,
Got figured out?
and it was important. Okay.
And, you know, we need to understand the implications of all of them and how much people's, you know.
Yeah,
We
I'm
certainly don't
finished. I
want
have
to
nothing else.
vote without the numbers in front of us.
Sean has finished his commissioner.
I'm sorry,
comments.
Sean, did you have additional questions?
No, I was finished.
Okay, Commissioner Joby?
Yes, I have some comments. I'd wish to address the inquiries that commissioners receive from constituents. I try to answer the ones that I can. Some of the requests involve day-to-day running of the city and its various departments. In those cases, or most of those cases, I forward those requests to our city manager and, if need be, to our city attorney. I am aware that the commissioners are not in charge of the day-to-day issues that come into the city for resolution, but I am concerned that I continue to receive the same requests over and over and over, not only via email, but also via U.S. mail. Some of those issues span 10 months plus. This is a cause for concern. Just two of the issues that I'm going to address is really regarding code enforcement. The city manager always responds to my requests regarding these issues, but once they've exceeded more than 2 and 3 requests from the individual on the same issue, I become concerned. Sometimes it's regarding code enforcement, which I usually defer to the city manager to provide with the cause and effect as it pertains to the code enforcement. I recently decided to look up some of the code enforcement rules and regs myself, as the city manager sometimes inadvertently, not on purpose, left out maybe important information that may have assisted me in understanding the reason for not utilizing the code enforcements and its fines to its fullest capacity. The first one I'm going to reference is 22 Southeast Isla Street. Isla Street, sorry. And request I've received from Mr. Beaumolaire, I'm sorry if I've mispronounced his name, and from Mr. and Mrs. Lucente regarding 43 Southeast Seminole Street. Both appear to be in violation under our current code enforcement rules. So I think we just really need to be, you know, I think there's a level here of people who keep coming back to the city, want to hear an answer.
Okay, well, I can,
Well, okay, but you're going to have a lot to answer me after I'm finished, okay? Okay. On the agenda today, we'll be hearing a resolution about the rehabilitation of the City of Stuart's Conquistador lift station. This agreement between the city and the applicant is detailed in scope, responsibility, guarantees, and ability to audit for 3 years past the completion of the project. It's an excellent agreement. It means to protect our taxpayer dollars spent on outside contractors. The reason I mention this is it brings me to another issue I'd like to address. It's the CBG grant for 1895 Church and Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton. I've had several conversations with our city manager and recently just sent him a detailed email, which is too lengthy to read now, regarding the issues that have become problematic, like the agreement we will vote on this evening and any RFP that the city or municipalities enter into. They are guidelines and restrictions to protect the city from negligent work on projects, and in the case of the CBG grants, the strict oversight of the taxpayers' dollars and funds for these grants. I would assume that this agreement between the CBG, the company, and the contractors was issued with the same detail as any of the other RFPs that we vote on. I would like to see this project completed in a timely manner and to the satisfaction to outstanding questions currently. In fact, Commissioner Clark mentioned that she had received information from several constituents regarding other CBG grants that were not done to perfection, to say the least, and the projects were not done properly. So just know it's not just this one CBG grant. There are others involved. After all, our word is our bond. Lastly, there was a question regarding the chair recognizing a commissioner and also allowing a commissioner to complete their thought and/or sentence. I have a detailed email from the city attorney, Mr. Baggett, dated September 11, 2024. I was a very, very new commissioner and did not know the full details of the Robert rules. Excerpt from the attorney Baggett's email states that the chair must recognize any board member. Once recognized, the board member has the floor until finished, and then yields the floor back to the chair. Hopefully, this will clear up any confusion going forward. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Clark. Thank you. Oh, okay. I was going to talk about that Parks and Recreation Month and recognizing them, because this is a time when people do a lot of things, but even though it's summertime in Florida, it's July, and people do get out. Of course, it's a month where it rains and there's a lot of mosquitoes and stuff. So I just want to thank whatever our Parks and Recreation Department does, and that's why I was looking, but maybe I didn't see that thing about the seniors, but they said they had a couple of slides there. But I just wanted to make sure that people take advantage of whatever we offer at the city in terms of parks and recreation, whether it's a shuffleboard court or the tennis courts or pickleball, whatever people do, or going inside the recreation building at the 10th Street and using it for activities. I think it's very important. The second thing I wanted to bring up was that recently in the community, I had an opportunity to go to the funeral of, or celebration of life for Ms. Mary Jo Horton, who has been very active with the Seroptimus, the Women's Club, Molly's House, the Cleveland Clinic, or former Martin Memorial Hospital, and so many activities that she's been involved in our community, and also serving in the military in the 1950s in Germany as a woman Army Corps or WAC personnel. And I think that she died in her 90s, but we never got a chance to really do anything for her because she wasn't a centenarian at the time when she passed away. But I think it's so important to recognize when some of our pioneers in our community who are no longer here, that we, you just mentioned that they have done some great work in our community, and I really appreciate that. Number 3 is that there's a city-county meeting, is that tomorrow or the next day in Okeechobee?
That's the barbecue.
The barbecue?
Okay.
That's Wednesday.
That's Wednesday, okay. And I want to know if anybody was going so that I could make I think I reserved, but I wasn't sure about getting transportation over there. And I haven't had a chance to talk to the city manager about that. So if anybody's going, I'd like to go with them as long as my schedule.
I don't think you and I should ride together.
No, I know, but we'll just figure
I'll
out.
find out who else is going. I have a conflict on my calendar. But I'll
Okay,
find out
well, maybe
tomorrow.
I'll ride
Thank
over
you.
by myself, but I think I reserved already. And
It's
the
a
other
pretty drive.
Yeah. The other thing is that the League of Cities is coming up in August, I think August the
14th,
14th in Orlando. And I hadn't actually reserved, but because I know that we're trying to deal with the budget, but I was wondering if there would be any representation from Stuart if our mayor was going, or if I wanted to try to reserve this year. Somebody on another committee had asked me to come, but I wasn't sure what was going
I
on.
budgeted for the commission to attend the League of Cities in last year's budget, so if you're inclined to go this year, there is funding available.
Okay, I'll check with Nina and work on that then, if there's still time to.
I will be attending.
to
I'm on the
reserve.
nomination committee. I may be the vice chair of the Utilities and Natural Resource Committee. So,
Okay.
yeah,
And
I will be
used to
there
do
in full
those-
force.
Yeah, I'm not on those transportation.
But I would
committees.
encourage any other commissioner to attend. It's very interesting.
Yeah, and I'll probably just go one night. I won't need a hotel for several days or anything
What are the
like
dates
that.
of the League of Cities?
What?
League of City,
What are the dates?
I think it's the 14th.
August the 14th and 15th, Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, it's probably 13th.
Yeah, I have to go up actually.
Yes, it would
Thursday.
only be Friday night, and then the registration.
Okay. No, they won't see each other.
Okay, no, yeah, it's just, yeah, we're used to that.
No, we don't deal with specific.
Yeah. And then the other thing is that I'll be out from July 30th through August 4th, And then also on the 31st, I don't know why did I say on the, is that because Mrs. On the 31st of August. Oh, the 31st is a Sunday. So maybe it's just August 4th, 30th through the 4th. And then, okay, I mentioned the Treasure Coast League of Cities already in Orlando. On the 17th, and a part of the community, there'll be a memorial at the corner of Monterey Road and US 1, remembering Congressman John Lewis, who talked about good trouble, trying to raise awareness and to
Where is that?
at the corner of US 1 and Monterey Road around 4:30 through 6:30 hours. It's Congressman who's deceased now, his birthday is July 17th, and there'll be folks there just remembering that day peacefully, and I think there's also national activities to remember his work in the civil rights movement and the things that he's done.
I like that, good trouble.
Good trouble.
That's good.
Yeah. There's nothing else. Yeah, was gonna be my question about our direction, and I think I brought that up during the budget meeting. And I'm sure that we'll be continuing to look at that in the future. I guess I'll talk to Mr. Mortel about that, but you mentioned something about the CDBG funds.
CDBG, yeah.
CDBG, Community Development Block Grant. But I know that they've been managed well, and they're working on resolving some of these issues, and I think that they can be handled and taken care of. I try to respond to some of those comments, just because I know that residents will say, well, I sent you a letter and you didn't send a response back. But I know that most of the times Mr. Mortel is already handling some of these matters and dealing with them. But I really want to say that, we give these priorities to staff to work on, and I think that they've been doing a good job responding to these difficult situations and giving other agencies time to work on some of these issues that have come up, especially recently. But I'm hoping that we can get that resolved and that we can have a robust program going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
So I was just seeking a few updates. One is the skate park. Pinal, I don't know if you have this information. I was prompting for it last time, but
Yeah, it's actually on the agenda at the joint meeting on July 28th. We have the consultant coming and we'll be giving a presentation on the full
and
park
then
improvements.
when might we be looking at like a final site plan to approve at that meeting?
That will be like a 90% plan, so we will be
Nice.
looking for direction from the board as to what elements we want to continue moving forward with.
And it will be specifically the skate park or the park as a whole?
The park as a whole.
Okay.
And it will include skate park. We're at 50% design with skate park, and it's included in the overall park improvements.
So let's say we approve the skate park at that meeting and the design, where does that put it? Because you're still incorporating it with the overall park?
Right, because the stormwater and everything has to be incorporated as a full project. Once we get
The park's
direction
design
from,
is actually further ahead than the skate parks.
Right.
The skate park's at
Correct.
50%, the park's at
Right.
90.
so once we get direction from the board to move forward, we can pretty much start preparing for bid packages and go out for bid for the whole project.
For the entire park,
Mhm.
not the skate park?
No, it'd be the whole park.
And
Why is that, when we voted to move that forward immediately?
When you voted that, we had gotten a $500,000 contribution from the state, and at that meeting, the board
Added.
said they wanted to direct that $500,000 from the state for the skate park. The problem with that was that the state had granted a allocation request for us that required us to spend $8 million on the park before they'll give us the $500,000. And the skate park wasn't in the submittal that was given to the state, so it wasn't shown. So we couldn't use the $500,000. That has to just come out of nowhere, like just out of straight general fund, because it's not part of the application that the board had submitted for the $500,000 in the first place.
But
So-
this is the first that I'm hearing of this.
We talked about it that night, we talked about it since. That
But
allocation.
that was an issue that would
No, you
stop.
said to treat the skate park separately.
Correct. To fast track it. It's
And-
still part of the
and-
larger park
And
project,
it's
but it would
been
be
fast-tracked, and it's
been
being done, and we're paying for it with separate funds.
But we're
because we
tying it
don't
to
get
the
the 500,000.
overall park project.
Right, because the stormwater in the park, because the skateboard park is going in the park.
But that's antithetical to what we voted on.
No, it isn't.
We voted to fast track that park, and now it's being
Right, so the skateboard
bumped back
park
into
might
the
get
overall
finished
project.
before the baseball field.
Right.
But no matter what, you can't do the skateboard park without approving the park and where the stormwater is. And we had 2 wells that were related to the RO field that the commission also talked about when we did the RO presentation 6 weeks ago or 2 months ago, that also impacted the park. And so the delays have been related to, one, the RO water wells, not the other, not Guy Davis having a priority ahead of the skateboard park, but the well system and the design system, and 2, simply getting the design for the skateboard park. We don't have it.
You do have it.
We
We
have
have
it, but it's at
50%.
50%. They're still working through drainage issue for the skate park. So they, Spawn Ranch is actually working on that to address the drainage for the skate park. And then that's going to be
So you're
incorporated as a
current-
part of the overall park.
So you're currently
improvements.
waiting to hear from Spawn Ranch with regard to the drainage?
They're still, yes, it's in their hands right now.
Okay. Has the cost of the skate park gone up to $750,000 as per the mayor's comments?
It's about $650,000 to $700,000, right?
So it's,
That's the estimate provided by CGA, our consultant.
and then, okay, thank you. Brightline parking, so that was one of the other things I brought up, is reviewing the Brightline parking situation. When might we be doing that?
We don't have anything to review. We don't have any parking. I mean, like, we can talk about it right now. We're not building any parking. There's no parking.
The county was requesting our parking spaces on Stitman to be able to make that work.
So what we had said originally in the interlocal with the county is that we were going to restripe the parking. And when we say Stitman, for people in the audience, it's the area between the courthouse and the baseball fields that's in front of the water treatment plant. There's actually parking there now. It's already there. We were just going to formally stripe it. We didn't formally stripe it. People could park there right now if they wanted to. I mean, if your direction is to not stripe it, I don't have it budgeted to be striped. I don't have it in the thing. We're not striping it. We didn't do the design to stripe it.
And is
It's-
that something that would have to come in front of us to approve? Or is that
I
something?
mean,
that-
it probably wouldn't, but obviously because it's come up, I wouldn't do it without notifying you guys. So it's not, it's.
For approval?
Right. It's not it simply hasn't even been, I haven't even discussed it with anybody. I mean, to be honest with you, at all. Because first, assuming for the sake of conversation that the agreement that Brightline and the county entered into last year said that it was contingent upon them getting the grant. So if the county doesn't get the grant, nothing happens, so it's over with. If the county does get the grant, they'll get the grant probably December of January of '25.
26.
No, '25, it'll be this fall.
Oh, this fall.
Right. And then it would take probably 6 months to a year for design and go out to bid, which would be all at '26. And if they go under construction, they're probably projecting a '28 timeframe or '29 timeframe. The time it'd take us to stripe that thing would be like the weekend. So, I mean, we could go paint those stripes, literally diagonally or whichever way.
I'm not
we want it,
concerned about
but-
how long it would take to stripe the parking spaces.
Right. I'm not sure, yeah, so I'm not sure
Do you
what it
not
is.
remember? Okay, so my comments last time were they're going to use the courthouse parking lot
They're going to use
for
the-
Brightline parking. Where are all the courthouse people going to park?
They're going to use their.
And they don't even
parking
have enough
space, right.
parking for that, for
Right.
both of those, so they want us to stripe spots on our property to allow for more spaces.
The agreement was that originally.
We
when
don't
were
have an
working with
agreement.
them, we said we would.
We don't have an
Right.
agreement with
But since then, they haven't come back to us and said anything about doing it. They
That was the
didn't say-
main
right.
concern at that meeting.
Right, but they haven't called me and said, are you striping the lot? They're not asking me to do it.
So what I requested and what I asked was, I'd like a comprehensive look at how many spots are there, how many spots they need for the courthouse, and how many spots Brightline requires from them, and what the parking implications of that would be.
But we won't know until they do the deal with Brightline. But, I mean, I don't know what they're building with, I don't know if Brightline's building a parking garage, I don't know if they're doing surface parking, I don't know if they're using half the parking lot
There
or
was
the
no
whole parking
conversation
lot.
about a parking garage.
Right, so originally, when we were working on it.
Correct.
We had pulled back the parking garage because of the mass of it, because the Boca station for Brightline turned out that they don't need parking. Brightline doesn't need.
But in that RFP, it had,
Right. When we originally applied to Brightline and said, we can provide all this parking, it was because we were under the impression that we were going to be having this big need for parking. What happened is, it turned out the Boca station opened, and they don't need the parking. The city of Stuart and Martin County, the budget for Brightline, or the marketing scheme, is not based upon city of Stuart residents buying tickets every week and going on Brightline. Brightline's budget is based upon the presentation to Brightline that the travel and tourism
how many
did.
spots were in the RFP, Mike? No, I don't care about the business model of Brightline. How many
But-
spots were in the RFP?
I don't have the number in front of me,
You
but
don't
it didn't matter because we took it out of the parking garage.
Out of the garage, but after that, when it was surface parking, how many spots were in that RFP?
Pull it up.
Yeah.
I think it was a total of 200, but the ILA we did, the city said sufficient to meet the needs of the RFP.
When Brightline responded, they said 200, correct? That was the number.
That was what I believe
So
was
if
the number at
Brightline
the
needs
time.
200 spots for their station, that's what they need.
Okay.
How many spots are on the surface parking, and how many spots are required for that courthouse based on square footage and usage, and what is that going to do when all of those people that park at the courthouse are pushed onto on-street, when we've already dedicated that shared parking, at least in part, to the Elizabeth and everything else around there?
Well,
These are my concerns.
We
They're
haven't,
legitimate
we haven't
concerns.
dedicated that parking to the Elizabeth because
Yes,
it was
it's part
county's
of-
courthouse parking.
But the shared parking on-street,
On
that-
street
that's where those
is
people are
open
gonna
to
be-
the public.
that's where those
right.
people are gonna be pushed out onto.
This is behind the courthouse.
But that's going to be pushed out onto on-street.
So if you go back to that spot,
Excuse me, can I just, Mr. President, could we put this on a D&D?
That's what I asked to do, and Mike
then
is.
that way, your fellow commissioners are aware of this issue coming, and
clarification-
we can be better informed.
This is my frustration, is that's what I asked for, and Mike,
I don't.
you
so
did,
when
you
you-
totally disregarded it, you didn't do it, and I'm asking for an update, and
But I
there's
don't
none.
know what it is that you want on the
I was
D&D.
very clear last time, and I feel like
I mean,
I'm
I
clear
can
now.
count the parking spaces in the parking lot right now.
This is just like when we were talking about
Right.
Brightline initially, and I
Right.
said, we said, bring back a deal where Brightline pays half, and the next meeting was you bringing back a deal from Don with totally different terms.
Right.
This is my frustration with Brightline, is this commission asks for something, and it gets something totally
We
different.
have no deal.
At the time, I'm talking about whatever's going on with Brightline is frustrating because this commission voted for a certain deal to come back where Brightline paid half, that was totally disregarded, and we were looking at a deal that the county crafted.
Okay, I understand you.
And
Mr.
now,
Martell, can
last
we make
meeting-
sure it's a D&D so we can all participate on a better informed basis?
I mean,
in this discussion?
I
It was
can, but
200
I want some
spaces, by the
clarity
way.
here.
Okay,
I
could
don't
you give him
have,
some
I don't
clarity?
have any authority. Like, I don't know how many parking spaces the courthouse uses.
200.
No, it's 200 in the ILA.
Correct.
But I was trying to explain that Brightline, the study showed that 2.4 million people a year for the last 5 years in a row came to Martin County by
Yeah.
car every year
There was
and stay in hotels.
169 parking spaces.
Could you
in the
ask to be
parking lot.
recognized,
But
please?
what they
Commissioner Reed?
determined was that they were trying to get those people that are already coming here by car to ride the train here.
Mike, this is
If those
bullshit.
people ride the
This
train
is
here-
bullshit, Mike.
No, let me finish.
This is bullshit.
Language, please.
Chris, I
Come on.
have.
The truth is, that RFP required 200. It doesn't matter what
You
Brightline's
have to
business
ignore
model is.
Brightline
Stop
for a
it.
second. That's not the issue. Brightline's going to block this parking lot. It has nothing to do with Brightline
So where is the
travelers.
courthouse-
That's
where are the
what it has
courthouse
to do
people
with.
gonna
Right.
park?
So where are the courthouse people
Yes.
going to park? Right. Right now, if I look at an aerial photo, there's about 25 cars in that spot. I don't know how many courthouse people park there, but
That's
I can
courthouse
find out.
parking.
Yeah, but I can find out for you.
So you would find out by the square foot and usage of that space.
Right, but what was determined was that now that the judges are doing lots of Zoom meetings, that they don't use it like they used to.
We don't
And the
base any parking requirements or anything else on what the
So what do you-
the-
what do you
the
want me to base
applicant
it on?
says that they use it as. It's what it is how many spots it requires.
Those buildings don't.
The type of facility it is in use
Okay.
determines the number of spots.
Okay, I can
Not-
do that.
Right. And so
But-
where are those people going to park if they're not parking in their parking lot? We would never allow somebody else to do this where we let them put a project on top of their parking lot and then just let their parking be on everybody else's burden. We would never do that with anything else. It's a strange thing that's going on right now with Brightline. So unless they can park on their property, the courthouse parking and the Brightline parking.
We don't have any say over it.
They are pushing their parking onto the city.
Right, but we can't vote no on that.
That is an issue, though. There has to be.
Certainly, you raised that before.
There
That
has to
doesn't
be an
change.
issue. You can't just push all of your parking onto our
Mr.
on-street.
Martell, do you have clarity as to the vice mayor's concerns, specific concerns?
I'm going to bring back a D&D on the 28th that shows how many square feet the courthouse is and how many parking spaces that would require under our code.
And the current parking requirement for the courthouse, I guess,
I mean, yeah,
as much
I'll bring
detail
that.
regarding the
Right.
current situation.
Right.
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 Okay.
Because if their parking is going to be pushed out onto our on-street, we have an issue. And that is exactly what's going to happen.
It's a public street.
Right.
But it's shared parking. It's,
I mean, the same thing goes for the baseball fields.
if any
On
other
Friday night, they
business
park
did
on the
that,
street.
if my business did that, if I put a hot dog stand in my back parking lot and I couldn't meet my parking requirements anymore, and I couldn't just say that you can park on street, that would cause the city to come after me for an issue. There would be an issue there.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Martell, do you understand?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. All right, last thing, well, second to last thing is an update on the 1895 church. What is the latest? Maybe one of you two, where are we at? What's
That's what
next?
Commissioner Giobi read about. So
What are we waiting on? What's
for the
next
last,
step?
for the September, October, November, and December, when I gave you guys updates, Mr. Hamilton didn't pick his personal structural engineer. And we continued asking him, what is it, what is it, what is it? We got the structural engineer in, got their report. Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton went out and got their own contractor to do a scope of services. They applied to have a new roof and new windows. When they were doing the construction, the contractor said, you know, these windows are smaller than normal windows. If we have to do custom windows.
Without the full history, what's the next step? What's the
Well,
next thing?
I'm trying to tell you, but I can't do the piecemeal thing, because when you guys communicate with them and hear their side of the
I haven't
story,
communicated with them. I'm just asking you what the next step is. What do we-
for them to agree on what it is that they're willing to have the state of Florida pay for. I don't have any money to pay for anything for them. This is all Florida Commerce CDBG grant money. Under the CDBG grant and the strict interpretation of tax dollars, it's $80,000 per house. They're at $70,000 before they had the $20,000 roof change. If we take out their windows and put in new windows, and even though that costs another $1, call it even anyway, which, because we've always agreed to do that, they also want all new walls, all new ceilings, an entire thing painted. They want a new sill vent put in their roof. They want insulation and other stuff that somebody has to pay for. If the commission wants to budget it and pay for it, then they'll agree and we can go forward and the city can buy it for
So
them.
currently, the city's not involved in that portion?
We are totally involved. I don't agree with the scope of services, I say, look, your scope of services was what your application was.
So what are we waiting on? What's the next step?
We have a
That's what I'm
meeting
asking.
on the 16th with Florida Commerce to discuss this scope of services.
Got it.
The last email that they sent to everybody and accused the city of doing fraud was because Pinnell took the contractor's name off of the scope of services so she could submit it to Florida Commerce as the list of what they wanted. And we have to go out to RFP by procurement. That's the law. We don't get to just do these backroom kickbacks. That's what happened in this case in the first place. The Hamiltons thought they'd negotiated a deal that this contractor was also going to give them a free air conditioning system and free other stuff on top of the contract price. And when they didn't, that's when the Hamiltons objected to the windows. They put in 21 windows and the Hamiltons didn't object to one.
So the next step is that meeting, and then you are going to present
Well,
that.
if we're unable to agree on the 16th, it'll come before the commission and the commission will have to decide what to agree on.
Either what, paying the difference, or?
My direction was, once we had a deal with the state, was to present you guys the whole story. We haven't gotten a deal with the state yet because we literally just got the scope of services from the Hamiltons in the middle of June, like June 10th or 12th was the first time we got their contractor's
And the net
design.
difference from the 80 was? do you
Oh, it's going to be well over $100,000. It'll be, I mean, again, I don't know.
Current expenditures?
Well, the windows are going to be 2020.
Well, we'll talk.
Pinnell can discuss it, right?
We're limited to $80,000. So far, we've paid for the roof, which is about $22,000. So there's a remaining balance of
But
about
we've also
60.
paid for the windows.
Right,
But
but
we
we're
have to take
not
the
gonna-
windows out and put new windows in.
That's paid from our,
It doesn't
the match,
matter.
Right,
Right.
so that's paid from the match. So there's still $60,000 balance remaining for
Okay.
them to use towards replacing the windows and other items that they requested. So we're waiting for them to agree on the full scope of work.
When you say they, the Hamiltons?
Hamiltons,
Got it.
right, to agree on the full scope of work.
Who produced that
But they
scope?
want to find, they
They
want to
did.
use their
Got
own
it.
contractor. So that's what the meeting is about
Got
on Wednesday, that Florida Commerce will give us direction whether we can move forward without going through bid process. But that's something Florida Commerce would have to tell us, because our requirement is to go out for a bid process and do fair bidding and get the contractors to.
Every time we communicate something to the Hamiltons, they immediately send an email to you guys and to
this is
everybody
not,
else.
me
And I know
talking
it's
to
not you
them.
personally.
I'm just trying to
but
get-
It stirs it up, and then we spend the next 2 weeks responding.
I'm
to
just
all of
curious
it.
what the update was and where we're at and what the
Right.
next step is, that's all.
The bidding process is the next
it.
step.
Okay.
Once they agree on the scope, we'll send the scope to SHPO to make sure they are all in agreement, then we'll go out for bid. And then once we get the bids, we'll go
That's
with the
assuming there's
lowest.
no difference that they would be seeking the commission to settle.
But,
Right,
well,
so
and I
then
also-
at that
I
point, once
also
we
have
get the bid, then we'll
communications.
come to the
One person at a
commission
time,
with the full cost. And if it's above the $80,000, we'll seek approval from you.
Got it.
Not from you. First,
Well-
we'll have to go to Florida Commerce to see if there's funding available there. Florida Commerce wants the city commission to agree on the scope of services before they decide whether they'll pay it. I'm disagreeing to that, because if we agree that, for example, where he cut the roof out of his house, if we agree that roof is in the scope of services, and then Florida Commerce says they won't pay it, we then have to pay it. And I'm not going to lock the city into that unless it's a total global settlement. And when I express that, they immediately react and send all sorts of
Yeah, I'm
communications.
not getting caught up in that, I just want to know what's
But
going on, that's all.
it's also a little more complicated because I also have communications from this board saying to me, that they've been informed that they have the right to pick their own contractor and they don't have to do procurement, and that they can do it on their own. So when I say to them, we have to go through procurement, they say, no, I don't. The board already told me I don't have to. I can pick my own. And so the communications that this board's been having with them is leading them to believe stuff that's different than that we're saying, and then they accuse me of trying to cause problems for them, when in reality, whatever they can do to get it fixed, whatever Florida wants to pay for, I don't care if they build them a new house, If they just build it and do it, I'm all for it. We just don't, the things we're talking about are stuff we have to follow. We don't have the discretion.
Okay. Last thing is the 2 acres north of the bridge, the Martin County Forever money. We had talked about that. When might we be looking at a presentation or kind of next steps around that 2 acres?
So the 2 acres itself, I don't have any, we haven't pushed forward anything on the Martin County Forever money. We've been obviously working on, we had the last meeting is when we talked about it, and this agenda was out the next day.
Yes.
So if you guys want, obviously the 28th, we've got this budget coming, I can put an agenda item on the 2 acre issue, but part of it was trying to get these stormwater numbers together and present it all at the same time. If the board wants to just move for the 2 acres, I can wait and not do the stormwater stuff and just bring the 2 acres together. But I met with a guy on Saturday as it related to a program for, I guess they do it in Michigan, but it's a underwater, it's almost like fans, and they go on when the tide's going out, and they push the silt and stuff out of the canals, and they could clear Fraser and Poppleton Creek. I told him I'd call him this week and get the details from him and follow up on it, because it sounded kind of interesting. But if we were gonna go through that, we'd be obviously applying for grants through the DEP and stuff like that. Or if we're going through the 2 acre parcel, I know that we brought up afterwards the referendum issue. So I don't know if you've had a chance to look and see if we have to modify the referendum, or if it said that we could do whatever we want.
Other than that, we found it.
But the real question is, does the board want us to bring back one line item piece at a time on it? Or do you want us to bring back all of the different, the stormwaters, the creeks, the property?
I feel like the consensus last time was to look at the 2 acres, expanding the CRA tree program, and then looking at.
The tree program is currently being drafted.
Exactly, and then looking at purchasing land, that.
Right, but the 2 acres, if you guys were doing the 2 acres, it was, my understanding is you were taking the position that you just weren't gonna market the 2 acres. And then we'd be looking at Haney Creek and the Haney Creek Boardwalk and Restoration Area.
A passive
which
park.
is much bigger than the 2 acres is technically a passive park now.
Right, exactly, but having a trailhead there where people could park.
Right, but do you want us to put in the turn lane and all the stuff?
I think it's something we
that
should
wants?
start discussing. See, this is my frustration, Mike. I brought all of this up, we discussed it, pointed you in
Last
that
meeting.
direction, and now you're like, well, what do you want me to do?
Well, it's last meeting. I can't
You
do it all in
know,
next
we already
meeting.
talked about
I'm
this.
doing it as a whole under the pretext of this surtax money to bring forward to the board all of the options, not just that one, but the other ones as well, rather than, because if I bring it isolated, nobody has anything to compare it to.
Right.
So the theory was I was bringing it together with the other stuff. I'm happy to bring it forward and do it, but there won't, the other items won't be there.
I'd rather see them all personally, just
What
'cause
other items, though?
stormwater management, we talked about the tree program, and the reason I say see them all is because what if that costs $10 million? I mean, there goes all the money on one project,
Well,
so.
first of all, we have to go out to referendum again.
I don't know, I don't
That's
think
part of
we
the
do.
conversation, we don't need to.
I think that it says the city can lease the property out. Well,
We don't have to.
Right.
That's the key.
But I'd rather see them all, and I know that was the top priority, was the 2 acre, and that's what we all agreed on as a board, but I think we should still see all of the things.
I was talking to Merritt, he had emailed me, and we were talking at the Rivers Coalition meeting. And he gave some good feedback, and it was obviously look for land. To Mike's point, look at dredging, the muck out of those canals, Poppleton Creek, Fraser Creek. And then look at, and this goes along with the pesticides, going pesticide free, which is kind of restructuring some of those ponds that right now you can't plant, like.
I don't know where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can't touch
We're
it.
working on it.
Okay.
How we
touch
look,
it.
how we looking? How we looking? But restructuring, like for instance, Hospital Pond, where you can't really plant that out. A larger stormwater project, though it's something we want to achieve, isn't necessarily the function of that half-cent sales tax at all. It's creating passive park space, green space, buying up land. You know, the tree planting is consistent with it, but trying to get all of our stormwater projects met, that's a type of thing that you apply for grants, you have matches for, that takes years.
Well, I have the stormwater list, but again, it wasn't finalized, but I got it last week and was planning to combine it with it. It's $7,539,000. We're getting about $1.2 million a year from the sales tax. So, again, I'm happy to put on the August meeting the 2 acres. Do you want it, do you want us, I mean, you guys can just vote at that meeting.
What I
to
was
not do
asking
anything
for
with
and
it.
what I'd like, we'll clarify this again, is you had mentioned it's $750,000 to do the Seesaw Lane. You know, the reality of if that's even necessary, really, like talking to DOT and getting a sense of, is that really necessary? And if that's something we have to do, or the grants there, you know, if we're gonna do this about stormwater, there's some of these things we need to look at around that 2 acres. I don't want it to just get lost.
I will bring back the 2 acres. It
Okay.
won't be the 28th, it'll be the August 11th meeting.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And what I'll have is essentially its current state and what improvements are necessary for it to be, because if you make it a park or anything viable, you need to have a bathroom, you need to have lights, you need to have maintenance and stuff like that.
Why do you have to have a bathroom in a passive park?
Well, then we don't need to do anything, we can just say it's a passive park,
Parking lot
right?
and then trailheads, just making sure that there's trails through there. But at least it's accessible. I'm not talking about a full park and spending a bunch of money on bathrooms but right now you cannot access that at all. Putting a sign out front, call it somebody's name,
Okay.
kind of a thing.
I mean,
Like the
obviously you guys can-
Kiplinger Park at the base of the bridge. You know, it's a passive park.
Right.
And from like a philosophical standpoint, I think you guys will be with me. I'm not into conservation just for the sake of like saving trees. I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative. I believe that it's in the word, right, conservative. Conservation of land should be for public benefit. So just carving this out so nobody can ever see it or access it or appreciate it, to me is not, yeah, because I'm not, you know, I bleed red, right? So I want kids to be able to go there, families to be able to see it. I don't want it to be an intensive thing that damages the ecosystem, but if you take that land and have that be a Popeyes, to me, it's a crime. It's where.
I don't want to see a Popeyes.
I don't want to
Right.
see.
And unless you make
For the
that-
record, the city turned Popeyes down in
Or a car wash.
2017
A car
and
wash.
said no.
Any of
Right.
those things.
But
Another storage unit.
your only way to stop that from happening is you have that go into
You're not just
conservation.
driving by and blazing
Okay.
down the US one.
We're not having, this is commissioner comments, we're not having a free will. If you'd like to be recognized, please ask.
You either have that go into conservation or you have it function as like a passive park. That's really your two options to take that off the table for commercial use, car wash, apartments, yada, yada. So, all right, those were all my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Clark, yes.
Yeah, when you mentioned with Mr. Mortel mentioned a date for next meeting, was that, you said August 4th or August 11th? I just want to be sure. He did say
August 11th is the meeting. If I misspoke, it's whatever the second Monday of August is.
okay, all right, fine, thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to add a couple comments. One, because I'm looking at the referendum item as regards this 2-acre parcel. It's quite clear. It says, shall the city lease? And shall has specific legal import. Isn't that correct, Mr. Baggett? And
Shall means we will do that. And they voted by well over 2/3 and approved that. So we are not going to overcome that. And
It's a good thing we have a lawyer. You can look into that for us.
I'm trying to
But I
pull it up.
appreciate your legal opinion.
Okay. Secondly, and the city has a number of individuals with whom we're dealing on an ongoing basis. And when you see that they are very threatening in their tone and threatening legal action, and you are communicating with them, especially in writing, I would just suggest that you show it to Mr. Baggett before sending it, and certainly at least copy him and copy the city manager, because as you've just been made aware, your statements, which you may see as casual or common sense, can actually put the city in a compromising position. And there's no more complicated situation than the Hamiltons because of the involvement of these grants, because of the involvement of the state. So these two gentlemen are direct employees, and I would just ask that you take advantage of their experience and their knowledge, and especially like a situation like this. So I do want to comment on what has happened as a result of the governor signing the Emergency Act and the fact that all the decisions we made during the ZIP have been rendered moot. And I can't say I'm surprised with regard to the position this commission currently finds itself in. That is all the time and effort we wasted, the staff time that was wasted, and the residents and businesses of the city of Stuart wasted efforts and concern addressing the proposed and now illegal changes to our code brought up during this ZIP. Perhaps this commission going forward can change who we listen to, who we take advice from. I suggest we begin by listening to the public, to the people who elected us, to the people who live and work here. One of the most shocking comments made during this process was a statement from one of the commissioners as we were trying to enact some of the most restrictive changes to our code in years, was that comments by the public bogged down the process, are an unnecessary delay and a waste of time. That is a remarkable comment from an elected official on the dais. Maybe the commission can listen to the staff and others who warned us repeatedly that what we were doing was illegal and a violation of our oath to uphold the laws of the state of Florida. The commission couldn't even violate the law in the correct order, as we are required to first amend the comp plan and then make compatible changes to the code and ordinances. This was a blatant violation of the Growth Management Act and a clear failure to ensure consistency with the comprehensive plan, the City of Stuart's Constitution. But we didn't do this because to amend the plan, we would have had to rely on professionally accepted materials and studies demonstrating need. And the proposed changes would have to be based on adequate data, analysis, and forecasts concerning the city. We did none of this. And at least the commission didn't even pretend to comply. We actually agreed in one of our ZIP resolutions to remove language that was required by Florida statute to be included. So when you violate your oath, ignore your own comp plan, break Florida law, and are unwilling to listen to your own residents, don't be surprised when the state shows up and slaps you down. Mr. Mortel, do you have any comments?
I don't. I just wanted to say just two brief things. First, 4th of July was a big success. The festivities went off. There was no major issues. We didn't even have the historical bottle rocket wars in some of the neighborhoods that we faced in the past, which is good news. So moving forward, that's great. However, on the bad news side of things, there was a a be aware moment, in that in some of the neighborhoods, about 10 days ago or so, we had a rash of, I wouldn't call them break-ins, but it was what appears to be kids walking down streets and checking the doors to see if car doors were unlocked, and whoever's left their car door unlocked became the victim of that crime, and they stole things out of the cars. I mention that because obviously we've upped the investigations on it, and I don't know if any arrests have been made yet, but they would be imminent if they aren't. But more importantly, it's just, they were crimes of opportunity. There was no danger, there was no gang activity, it was kids being stupid. And I remind you to lock your doors, because that happens every couple of years. We run into a situation like that, and anybody whose door was locked had no property damage, no damage to their car, no damage to anything, and they just kept moving. And in fact, in some of the circumstances, they didn't even close the car doors because they didn't want to alert the house with the door slamming or whatever it was. It's just a public notice to lock your doors at night. That's all I've got.
Can we get a motion for approval of the agenda, please?
Mayor, I just had a comment.
We don't really comment on each other's commissions, comments by city commissioners as concluded. And
Well, I would just say
we don't
then
rebut each other's
that
comments. You are
I
allowed to.
think that it is incredibly disappointing. I think it is disgusting that you would gloat on the state coming in and subverting not just this commission, Manatee County, many other.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
I'm not
we
done.
make our
I'm not done.
commissioner
I'm not
comments.
done.
You were not recognized.
I'm not done.
You
That's
were
okay.
never given the floor.
You're gonna have
We
to.
do
You're gonna
not
have to turn.
comment.
You're gonna have to
Point of
turn
order.
my mic off.
Point of order.
That you would gloat at the subverting of the will of our voters locally. I think it's disgusting. Our voters gave a clear mandate at what they wanted, and this commission tried to provide that for them, and that you would gloat and call that time wasted when the state changed the law. This commission was doing everything it could. It stayed within property rights. It stayed within the conditional use portion, and it tried to provide residents what they wanted, which was less apartments, less traffic, and we did that. And not just this little town here, Manatee County and other places that voted similarly on their boards, they were subverted as well. And even if we disagree, we should not gloat at the loss of home rule. It's gross and disappointing. Even if we disagree violently, we shouldn't always be on the same page that it's wrong for the state to subvert our home rule.
Mr. Mayor, can I take a break?
Irregular.
Yeah.
I call them regular.
I couldn't do it, but you know what, it was some of those, what you call that thing, elective surgery anyhow, so it wasn't
Thank you,
anything
Mr.
critical.
Reed.
But I wonder what would have happened to me if I was dying and I needed surgery.
That's not elective, then they just take you in emergency.
Can I have a
And then
motion
if
for
you
the,
die-
Yeah.
can I have a motion for
Can
the
I mention
approval?
something about the consent agenda?
Absolutely.
And I don't, so I noticed, and I'm sure it'll get caught by HR or staff at one point, but I know the W-9 for
I need to do my,
the Conquistador lift station, they didn't fill out their W-9, they just signed it. But I would imagine staff will probably catch that at one point, but that was the only thing.
oh, I didn't see
Okay, do you
that.
have a motion with regard to the,
So
would
I
you
guess
like to
it-
pull that item?
I don't think it needs pulled. I mean,
Right.
maybe Mike, does it need pulled?
No.
It's just something that will
Right.
get
Okay.
addressed.
It'd just be a note.
Okay,
That's all it was.
okay.
So
I'll
it's-
make a motion to accept the consent calendar.
Well, we're improving the whole agenda. The
We're-
consent calendar and the commission action, and the discussion and deliberation. all
Just
of it.
approval of the agenda without pulling anything?
Correct.
Yeah,
that-
are you doing
That's
that?
where we are in the
Let
agenda right now.
Ms. Joby speak for herself.
Okay.
Oh, we missed that, we missed that.
Yeah, we missed that. I'm sorry. I thought we were just doing the consent
No,
calendar.
no, no.
No,
You
no,
just wanted,
okay. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda. Sorry.
okay, as is?
Second.
As is? Commissioner Joby?
You're not pulling that, right? Yeah, as is.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, seeing none?
I think we've run off the public.
Yeah. Milton, you don't count.
Oh, his staff.
You count, Milton, you totally count.
You
Okay.
always
Staff,
count.
his staff.
Don't listen to them, Milton.
Mr. Baggett, will you read, item 11 has been deleted?
What about
You
comment,
have
also
to
we have
announce
comments
public
from the
comment, even though
minutes?
they're not
Okay.
here.
Comments?
Yes, but there is no public.
I know, but
Just
you have to
ask
put it on the
for it.
record because
Do we have
nobody.
any comments from the public?
We do not.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Baggett, will you read item 11 for our consideration?
No, we still have to approve the consent agenda.
Can I get a motion for approval of the consent calendar?
So moved.
We
Second.
have a motion by the Vice Mayor, a second by Commissioner Clark. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
No, I need to.
It's a roll call.
Roll call.
Okay, roll call. Yes, indeed.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collins?
Yes.
Mayor Rich?
Yes. Now, Mr. Baggett.
Sure. Resolution number 65-2025, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing the city attorney to schedule an attorney-client session with the City Commission, City Manager, City Attorney, and outside legal counsel regarding pending litigation matters pursuant to Florida statutes, Section 286.011, subsection 8, providing an effective date and for other purposes. This obviously was my agenda item, and at the time that I had put this in, it was in reference to Giant Oil, Inc. versus the City of Stuart case. We had previously had a session, a shade session in the past on this case, and as we were approaching trial in the next couple of months, I wanted to put something on the agenda so that we could have an attorney-client session to discuss the case before going to trial. And as I sent you an email last week, the plaintiff agreed to dismiss the case with prejudice, and that terms mean they can't refile it. So we can no longer have a shade meeting because the case is over. We're only allowed to have shade meetings when a case is pending. So we don't need a motion from you, but my comments, I think, would alone be enough to at least put on the record so
You're
that someone,
withdrawing the agenda item.
that we're withdrawing the agenda item.
Agree.
Does that require a?
Nothing, you just,
Nope,
it's over.
if it's withdrawn, there's nothing to vote on. Item number 12, please, Mr. Baggett, for our consideration.
Resolution number 66-2025, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing a letter of support to Martin County Human Services for the submission of an application for the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program for Mental Health Court, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Is staff?
I am.
Mortel?
Yeah. This was we received a letter from Martin County asking us if we would support this grant that they're applying for, and it's essentially $63,984 that would be used in the Martin County judicial court systems to support the programs in their mental health court, which I believe are related to counseling and other programming that they provide for the people involved in the mental health court system. And it's perfunctory. The letter is a standard form letter, but they're asking the City of Stuart to write a letter of support, and I put on the agenda for the discretion of the board.
Mr.
Yes, Commissioner?
Mayor, if there's no objection from anyone, I'd like to move Resolution 66, 2025 in support of the application by the county for the Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistant Grant Program.
We have a motion by Commissioner Clark.
I'll second the motion.
We have a second by Commissioner Jovi. Is there any public comment on this item?
I have none.
Seeing none, are there any comments or questions by the commissioners?
I'd just like to make a comment. I've been involved with mental health court for many years, and I think it's a good program in the court and judicial system, and also as a community gateway or activity in our community. And I think that it's a good thing if we can vote to support this matter.
Do these function people function as guardian ad litems to a degree, or what is it?
No, mental health court is, that part is different. Guardian ad litem is with dependency court.
No, I'm saying, is it similar to that?
Yeah, yeah, they do have people there who work with them, a lot of social workers.
It's a small amount, but essential, I agree with you, but Commissioner, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just waiting for the next agenda item.
Oh, okay.
Madam
No
Clerk.
additional comments? Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Collins?
Yes.
Mayor Rich?
Yes.
Commissioner Giobe?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Martell?
The
Item
next-
13, please.
The next item is not an action item, it's more of a discussion and deliberation. It's related to the site where we are currently sitting. The address is 121 Flagler Avenue. The last time I gave you the update on this, I mentioned that we were working on some leases. I actually received the 2 leases Thursday or Friday of last week. The terms are all the same, just the finance terms that I have to look at to make sure they're right. I'm hoping that I will put those on the July 28th commission meeting for the commission's approval. If they are on that and it gets approved, then my representations to you about the the year 28 would all still take place, and essentially the cancer center would be vacating, and as would another tenant, and as a result, we could be moving all of staff from 121 Flagler, which is this building, to the Wells building, which is 300 Ocean Boulevard. In any event, I was requested to put a brief history of the City Hall site together for discussion, and so I did. Not trying to make it change. Is it? There we go. As you can see, this was the city's property all the way down. This site at the time wasn't owned, but we've since acquired it. This is now where the waterfront restaurant is next door. So this is 2nd Street or Joan Jefferson, and the city owns all the way down to the end of the peninsula down here now. In February 8th of 2005, Max Stuckey sent an email to the city manager suggesting that the city relocate and develop City Hall. And it says it all in there, but since it's hard to read, I went ahead and, I don't know why, there we go. These are the summaries of what that email said. Biggest problem in downtown is parking. Current City Hall and Annex building are grossly wasting space, which could be utilized in a more cost-effective way. City should build a 4-story building. 3 stories would be parking garage. The 4th floor would be waterfront offices or restaurants, rented out, obviously, to pay for the cost of the parking garage. And then the city should move City Hall to a less valuable location. And the city should approach the restaurant next door to get them to sell so it can be incorporated into the project. Obviously, that was in 2005, and some time has passed. I don't know. Okay, so during the 2005 calendar year, the commission had on and off discussions. During the budget adoption, the city commission just continued to discuss the email. In October and November of 2005, Dave Collier, the city manager, received an unsolicited offer from Catafumo, who was a developer in Palm Beach County, wanting to build a hotel on the City Hall location. So the city manager put it on the December agenda for commission discussion. At the December 2005 meeting, the city commission scheduled a 2-hour workshop to discuss 131 Flagler, which was Arthur Dombros's property, which is the property next door. We had already negotiated with him and had a contract with him to potentially buy his property from him, and City Hall. Go ahead and change it. During this discussion, this came right out of the agenda item. It included benefits to the city. City will retain ownership of existing land. City will get ownership of Arthur's land. City will get ownership of a new approximately 100 spaces for parking. City will get ownership of new approximately 100 spaces parking structure and land on the Duffy's parcel paid by the developer. City will get approximately 200 much-needed additional parking spaces for downtown businesses. And I think this memo was prepared by the Main Street at the time. and then city would get a new city hall on the community center parcel, which was gonna be paid for by the developer. Now, you have to remember, in 2005, the Flagler Center was the community center. It was open from 8 AM till 8 PM or 9 PM, 7 days a week. There was bunko, yoga, events, birthdays, all sorts of stuff. It was operated as a community center because it was pre-recession era. January 4th was the actual request for proposal of 2006 to authorize the city to have a legal advertisement to go out, and what they said is, look, we've got this offer from Catafumo, and he wants to build a hotel here and do a land lease and do all this other stuff. And the commission said, well, let's not vote yes or no on anything. If we're gonna continue this conversation, why don't we go out to RFP and just see what ideas come in, and the commission can decide at the end of that, based upon what ideas come in. You just change it, Jim? Okay, go ahead and change it. Back up one more second, I'm sorry. These are out of order, but, so in 2006, they started doing that proposal. Go to the next one. This slide's out of order, but that's okay. In 2012, the city commission had another fairly lengthy workshop about what they wanted to do, and this was the city hall analysis and whether it should be option one was a 4-story building with an 80-room hotel, an 8,000 square foot of retail, and a 150-seat restaurant, and 22% open space, then 27% open space, then 32% open space, then 48% open space, and then 47% open space. And basically what the consensus was of the board and of the members of the public and the city, the Stuart Main Street folks, was an idea of having a hotel on this site but shifted all the way up to Flagler, and then having the back part of it, 100 to 150 feet, a greenway from like Riverwalk all the way through to what's now gonna be waterfront, so that it would be open to the public, and in the land lease with the hotel, require that open space have to be open to the public, so they can go ahead and have a patio and drinks or whatever, but any member of the public could go down on their grassy area and have access to the water or visit the restaurant, drinks, whatever. That was kind of the consensus.
Do you have McCarty's plan in here
I have some of the plans. I don't know if it was McCarthy's, but it'll come up.
that extends it?
Yeah, so this right here was a right-of-way that was already in here for some reason when we were putting the parcels together. When we entered into the lease, changing this, first it went from Mulligan's to Spoto, or from Spoto's to Mulligan's, and then when it was going from Mulligan's to Waterfront, when they wanted to do the downstairs renovations to it, they already had a 25 or 30-year lease, but as a condition to do those downstairs renovations, we put into the lease a right-of-way that extends from Osceola that could go right through and went right across the front of their property, not because we were planning on doing it, but because those discussions had happened in the past, just to leave that opportunity for the city commission, if they ever chose to do that in the future, not to run into a disruption because this lease was in place. So there is the right for the city to take out and remove and do whatever they want with these parking spaces and put a road through here if it ever wanted to. Can you go to the next one? Going back to 2006, the January 9th item was a lease and redevelopment of city-owned waterfront property, and it was, the change is recommended by the commission on January 4th, 2006. So things were moving quickly. It was 5 days later. Can you go to the next one? On January 18th of 2006, there was a 2-hour public workshop to address the city hall site here and possibly building City Hall at the community center down here. We hadn't acquired this property yet, but we were in the process of working out a deal with them at the time.
Do we know what that beeping is?
I think it's the computer. What's the beeping?
USB that's connecting and.
Okay.
Or it could be an
I
email
have that
coming in, or it
microphone
could be anything.
muted, so it's not coming
Thank
through
you.
there.
Not a bomb.
You can still see that little right-of-way piece that's in here for some reason. Okay, you wanna hit next? Okay. So at that January 18th meeting in 2006, Mr. Stuckey got up and said, wait a second, you guys are planning on leasing out City Hall? And he was in dismay about it. Ironically, it started from his email. But he suggested that we hold a referendum prior to doing anything with the waterfront property. And quite frankly, it was a great idea. And the reason why it was a great idea is because a lot of times we get in these situations where even suggesting something makes people so afraid of change that everybody blows a gasket and goes so against it. And so the commission discussed it at that January 18th meeting and said, yeah, let's go ahead and do something like that, because listen, it will allow us to fully vet whatever the subject is, and instead of just putting on a referendum, hey, should the city lease out City Hall site, it can go through and do a full RFP, and it can get details, and it could design a hotel or a park or whatever it is, and then put on the referendum, hey, do you want to get this? And literally show it to the residents. And during the time that they're vetting it or doing the RFPs or having the conversations, when the naysayers came in and wanted to say, absolutely not, you're doing the wrong thing or whatever, the commission would say, look, we're not doing anything. At the end, the public is going to get to vote on this. This is just collecting the information so the public can vote. So ultimately, the section 9.05 of the code was adopted by referendum. The city commission shall not convey or lease for more than 10 years, including options to renew, any interest in real property owned or controlled by the city if it or any contiguous parcel has frontage on the St. Lucie River or on a tidal creek, unless the proposed conveyance or lease is first approved by public referendum using the procedure set forth in 9.04, and that's just how you do a public referendum. And that's why the 2-acre parcel on Haney Creek went to public referendum, because Haney Creek is a tidal creek that's contiguous to that 2-acre parcel. And as a result, City Hall site never went to referendum. That never happened. Ironically, the waterfront site next door did go to referendum, and the public voted for the city to sign a 40-year lease. Hudson's did go to referendum. The 2-acre parcel did go to referendum, and the Burner Pond parcel did go to referendum. And I don't know if there's one more.
Hudson's went to referendum prior to being Hudson.
It was called the Pelican Cafe.
Yeah, right.
But to have, so when we entered it, when the city
One
entered
of
into the lease with Pelican Cafe, this law didn't exist. So the Pelican Cafe had a 20-year lease before this law existed. And then the Pelican Cafe's lease was at like year 16 or 15, and it was selling to Hudson's. Hudson's wasn't interested in buying it for 4 years of a lease, so it went to referendum to say, could it be extended for a 30-year lease or whatever? And the public voted yes, extend it and do the thing, and that's what happened there.
We had Salt Life too that had a referendum on that
And
property
the Salt Life was the north point above the bridge.
that
Yeah,
we
that
got
was
from
other
the
one.
DOT.
And it also, the public voted yes. So go to the next slide. So now we're jumping, like I said, the slides were kind of mixed up, but going back, in 2011, there were discussions about it. Now, don't forget, 2006, that happens. 2007, there's some little discussion about it, and then somebody pulled the rug out. And there was no developers coming in. There was nobody that would be interested in doing a land lease. The economy was shot, so nothing happened in 8, 9, 10. 2011, the commission starts talking about it again briefly. 2012, they talk about it. 2013, they prepare a revived request for proposal, City Hall to redevelopment analysis, and they go through and talk about how the site will require careful consideration and sympathetic urban and architectural design to ensure public access and enjoyment of the site and waterfront views incorporated into any proposal. And essentially, the discussion in 2013 was the same. It was the commission wanted to ensure that the property was utilized in such a manner that it would generate revenue to downtown and be a bonus to downtown, but also provide public access to the water to the residents and visitors. And when I say a bonus to downtown, there was discussion such as, we don't want this to be private condos because that'll just close it off and it won't work. But a public restaurant or a public hotel that anybody could go, like, for example, if a hotel was sitting here and you wanted to go there to their restaurant and have breakfast, you could just go have breakfast at the hotel's restaurant, or lunch or dinner, or you could stay in the hotel. The theory, and if you look into all these items, was lots of comparisons were drawn to the Inn on Fifth in Naples,
Right.
which is roughly a 100-room hotel with a parking garage, has enough room for a wedding or small convention, but not a 1,000-person wedding, but, you know, 100, couple hundred people or things like that.
We went and visited, some people did.
It was very nice, and the theory behind that was to provide economic boost to downtown, because these hotel rooms would be bringing tourists in that would be spending their money in downtown. Also would any kind of events such as the, whether it was a BDB luncheon like they have out on the beach right now, or whether it was a wedding, or whether it was a small convention. But that was the discussion the commission was having or trying to kind of push at the time. Move to the next slide. 2014, Stuart Main Street scheduled 3 public meetings to discuss the exact same thing. And accordingly to them, history has shown that there's value in looking at redevelopment of the present City Hall site, relocation of City Hall. Stuart Main Street is putting together a cross-section of stakeholders to address whether the redevelopment is worth doing at this time and what form that redevelopment should take. And then they start talking about the process and developing criteria for evaluating potential plans. On the next slide. January 30th, they held a meeting with a meet and greet, discussions. They had slides and pictures of before and afters of downtown and where they should go from there. January 31st, from 8:30 till 1 p.m., there was a presentation and how use of the current City Hall site and other locations have changed over time from private users to accommodate public needs. And then on February 14th, the stakeholders met again to identify the key characteristics of a successful site. The next slide. Key characteristics were, this was segment 3 of their brochure, refocusing on the present. The stakeholders will take the morning to identify the key characteristics. These imperatives will provide a framework for evaluating the proposed uses. The site may include, in no particular order, providing public recreation opportunities, including boating, generating a positive economic impact, including job creation, enhancing tourism, including all city demographics, developing downtown Stuart as a destination for both residents and visitors, being compatible with a downtown rail station, preserving or creating green space, having a neutral or positive impact on traffic and parking, being financially feasible for both public and private parking, having a positive impact on the natural environment, supporting historic preservation, being rooted in responsible stewardship of public funds. The list was no means to be exhaustive. They had that meeting, and at the same time that they had that meeting, a deal started to come together for the Triangle parcel, and directions and focus got steered toward the Triangle. And you have to remember, we're coming out of a recession at the time. Money was not flush, but the focus then became on redirecting the Triangle parcel and what's going to go there, and is that going to be a hotel, or is it going to be a hotel condominium, or is it going to be a mixed-use development, or what is it going to be? And it ultimately ended up being the Azul Apartments, but it took up a significant amount of time in public workshops and outreach and people giving feedback on it. And at the same time, a new company called All Aboard Florida announced that they would be having 30 trains a day coming through, and there was all sorts of information coming back and forth and what that meant or was going to mean and where was that going and not going. And so the City Hall site just kind of fell a little bit to the side and didn't get much discussion in 14 and 15. Can you go to the next one? So in 2016, a new design was presented by Main Street, and the discussion kind of came back to life. It was now Mulligan's by this point. And the idea was, and this is not Mike McCarty's, this was done by Mike Houston. But this design was Osceola Street here, extending Osceola Street, designing and building more parking. This was City Hall site right there, making it green, parking lot all the way down to a traffic circle here, and then putting City Hall in the Flagler Center down here. For economic purposes, extending downtown by adding 2 large 3-story buildings that would literally be the equivalent of about half a block of downtown.
Which isn't crazy, except that it's 3-story, just my perspective.
Sorry?
I think if you had like 2-story there,
Well, this says 3, but I mean, that's what they said.
sort of continuing that
Well, but-
facade.
Right, but
through.
the height thing, I think they said, in any event, you guys can do whatever you want, but this design was 3-story mixed use. Idea of first floor was to be retail, second floor was gonna be office, third floor would be residential. There was also discussion at that workshop to put 2-story on this side.
No.
So that you'd have the same feeling of being downtown with people on each side, and then the back of those could have the water views or outdoor patio cafes or whatever it was. And for what it's worth, there was also a lot of design and discussion about also at the same time building Jim and the guy in Jonathan in his department, they designed a flyover kind of computer generated thing of putting a train station here and having a pedestrian walkover to connect over the bridge to kind of reconnect it, but that doesn't matter because the train station went the other way. The whole theory behind the economics on this was that all the studies have shown that downtown Stuart is actually a very small downtown. Like if you look at Galena, Illinois, or you look at up Orlando,
Winter Park?
Yeah, Winter Park. Their downtowns, or Fort Pierce for that matter, are probably 5 or 6 streets. Ours only being 2 is a very short downtown that's not a huge destination. As a result, it doesn't justify a full parking garage where people are gonna willing to pay and park and go spend the day, because you can walk up and down both sides in an hour. And so they were trying to extend it to make it bigger, and there was also some push. You have 561 skateboard shop and stuff like that toward the courthouse, because they were pushing to also have it kind of go down Osceola as well. The idea extending downtown, making it bigger, having a larger area that would draw more people that would be willing to spend more time and hunt more money. Go to the next slide. This is a modification of the last slide. Can you go back to it, the last one? Look right here. Now go again. This had an auditorium, concert hall thing with shade structures that would then be, used for entertainment. I think these say 8,000. Go back again, the other slide. They don't say 8,000 on them there. Essentially, that was the primary change.
Something like that, gazebos, pergolas.
And then
When you
they
go to
also
some of
did
these
like a
prettier
pedestrian
downtowns
thing
like that.
wandering around this. And then go to the next one. They also did this one. And this was a fairly substantial parking garage down here. And while that seems crazy, at the time when they did the presentations, because the Roosevelt Bridge is a big structure and is going up there, the Roosevelt Bridge is actually much higher than this parking garage, and it just kind of faded into the bridge, and it wouldn't be impactful to anything on the other side because the bridge is already there. Wouldn't be any impactful to this side because there's nothing on it. And then they were talking about putting City Hall here still, the gazebo thing here, and again, the 3-story extension. And, there is a bazillion parking spaces in this design. Everybody gets their own. They were all presentations. There was no vote on them. There was no discussion on them. The Stuart News also had its editorial board do a design and draw one as well. There was also a couple of designs where one of the designs had a hotel with it actually over Flagler, so cars would drive under it, go down, and then took this away so that this was all green space. Again, none of them were actually offers from a developer that was saying, I want to do this. They were all products of public workshops and the community saying, this is what I want to see, not, you know, put your money where your mouth is, and this stuff gets expensive fast. And so it didn't, can you go to the next slide? In 2019, the discussion continued but never really went anywhere, but the Wells Fargo became available. So the city commission started talking about it again and held public workshops, held the same meetings, and we heard that. I think that's where the one about the over the street happened. And after multiple public hearings and workshops, the public has pretty much unanimously supported the idea of City Hall or the staff moving to another location, creating more parking for downtown, because every day, think about how many staff people come here and park, and all those parking spaces get usurped. So downtown has always supported us moving staff. In 2019, the discussion was, okay, the city's gonna spend $7 million to buy Wells Fargo, but it's not gonna do it. It's gonna use the revenue from redeveloping this site to pay itself back. And that was essentially what the vote was. But the timing wasn't so good because Wells Fargo itself, the bank, had 20 years of leases left, and then you had the cancer center. But at the time in 2019, Wells Fargo was vocally saying they would gladly move, and they were willing to move to a new location, and they'd like an out parcel site, and there was some discussion about putting them on East Ocean. There was a discussion about putting them next to Publix, and then there was discussion about putting them in front of Ace Hardware and some other places. But then by about 2021, and of course you have to remember in 2020, COVID hits and all bets are off. But in 2021, Wells Fargo says, well, we have 10 years left on the Stuart lease, and we will not sign any leases longer than 10 years with any out parcel site, and it can't be for any more than we are actually paying Stuart. So the net or the gross on that was about $1.7 or $1.8 million, and to build them an out parcel was about $3 million. So all the developers needed them to sign longer than 10, maybe a 20-year lease. They would only sign 10. Wells Fargo dies and it's not moving or going anywhere. In addition to that, we'd always known that the cancer center had a long-term lease. When they bought Wells Fargo, the design was build around the cancer center, and when Wells Fargo moves out, build the chambers in the Wells Fargo portion of the building. Well, just recently I presented to you as a board that the coin is flipped again. The cancer center has outgrown it. They need to go somewhere. They're willing to leave in 28. Wells Fargo is still going to stay as long as it can, but we can now build the cancer center into a chambers, which is actually a better design for a lot of reasons, but security and access and public use is just way better. So moving forward, we're going to be going in that direction. Can you do the next slide? So this is the Wells Fargo site. This was what was purchased. This was also purchased by the CRA. And then what's a big role in this site right now is when I say the cancer center, this building is the cancer center. And then there's a little glass hallway right here that connects it to the main Wells Fargo building. This building is 3 stories. This building is 2 stories, but it's really 1 story. It's just 2 stories in height. And Wells Fargo, the business model for running a bank has changed. You can't have a drive-through unless you have at least 2 employees in it for security reasons or whatever. So in order for them to operate this drive-through, they would need to have 2 employees and a security guard in here and 2 employees and a security guard out here. So the cost of operation of that has made it not worth it. So they simply do not use this at all. and they are using their office space inside. Nonetheless, they pay the rent, it's their space. If in fact we start to move forward on this, I'm gonna try and go in and renegotiate with them to change their lease up to give us access to this, because we could build parking or do whatever there and change that up. Go to the next slide. In June of '22, there was a strategic plan discussion, 4 goals for building community as a desired they wanted to be as a desired destination with a new great places through neighborhood pride and identity by attracting people through a business-friendly entrepreneurial environment and lifestyle enriched by cultural arts, sports, recreation, education, special events, and celebrations, through attractive infrastructure to enhance urban and natural environments. And in that 24 strategic plan, they updated the 2013 strategic plan, both of which discussed moving the staff from City Hall to a new location and doing something with the City Hall site. Go to the next slide. During the 2013 workshop, the commission discussed relocating City Hall and redevelopment of the location in a manner which would be contributory to downtown residents and business. In the 24th strategic plan workshop, the commission continued with the vision for relocating City Hall and holding public hearings to design a project on the City Hall site that would enhance the downtown and provide access to the waterfront. And then this is the strategic plan book that have the pages of what the different stuff is in it, but it's not all about the City Hall site. However, ironically, in 13 and 23 or 22, this relocation of City Hall seemed to be a continuing theme, and redeveloping this site seemed to be this continuing theme. Next slide. In June of 23, the finance director provided a brief explanation of expenses and tenants in the building. There were 8 years left on the note. Staff recommended the city could hire a planner to prepare a design, but regardless of use, the best practice would be a public referendum, even if it was a park. Which I think it's the end, but go to the next one. So throughout these workshops and presentations and all this stuff, when we hired consultants or when we worked with Main Street or when we did it ourselves, we came through these phases of stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4. 1, research and analysis. What are our time frames? Contact experts, contact people. What are the needs of City Hall? What's the scope of the RFP? What's the feasibility, et cetera? Next one, design, consult, RFP, and selection of the feasibility and put together the proposal. The next one is stage 3, development, public meetings and outreach. And then 4 is implementation and ultimately referendum to do whatever it is that's decided to do. Right now, from staff's perspective, obviously we haven't done anything by way of making plans or designs for the site at all. It wasn't even until about a month ago that we even realized that there might be this shortened time frame on the relocation of staff. That still stands. It's the pleasure of the board as to what to do with City Hall, or whether you want to do anything at all, or whether you want to just continue to ride it out and see what's going to happen. I can tell you, at the next meeting, I'm going to bring those leases, and it's going to be perfunctory because it's not really a big deal. It's just agreeing to those dates. There's no terms being changed. And if that's the case, it would mean that Wells Fargo is going to not have tenants in March of 28. So in theory, in April of 28, that cancer center would go vacant. But no matter what, between now and then, we're going to have to hire an architect or somebody to design and put plans together to construct a meeting space with a dais, breakout rooms, sound systems, you know, all the stuff, entrances, et cetera. And then, assuming they vacate, you know, on February 28th or March 30th, whatever it be, April 1st, construction, you know, if we'd already gone out to RFP and everything, could start then. But it's not likely that we would be anywhere close to being in there until, at best, maybe October of that fall. Staff would probably be able to move because there's not a lot of construction stuff in the building as far as moving concerned. So we'd be able to vacate this building, but as far as commission meetings are concerned, we need this space until that space was complete, assuming it was finished by January 1 of '29, then whatever the will of the commission was on this site could be implemented, but in my estimation, we're gonna need this room until about Christmas of '28, just based upon the way the leases look to be playing out. And then, it's whatever the pleasure of the board. And I don't think there's another slide, but can you flip it?
I think our goal should be to have a plan and go through that process to have a referendum for the next voting cycle. So whatever the track and path would be, to sequentially go through that so we can target for a referendum.
Well, so you guys have options, because for example, the 2-acre site north of the bridge, the commission didn't put on the referendum any end product. It just said to the public, should we rent this place out to generate revenue? And that was basically it. In the instance of the city hall site, the sky's the limit for you guys. You could say, should we rent it out? Should we make it a park? Should we not? Should we do both? Should we, whatever? Or you could also direct me to hire somebody to design what it is you had in mind. So if you had in mind just to have green space on the water, do you want it to have trees? Do you want it to have boardwalks? Like you saw, like that option 3 and that one design that was up there, they had the meandering sidewalks and pathways through with landscaping in it, and it would obviously be irrigated. And would it have gazebos in it? Would it have benches in it? Would it have bathrooms in it? Would it be additional parking? Would it extend Osceola Street through it or not through it? I mean, so it could be a lot. Or if you'd like, we can schedule public workshops and do start from scratch. What do you guys think? What do you want to hear?
I would like you to timeline and glide path that to a referendum date, and then reverse backtrack what steps would need to be done.
I could do a referendum right now if you say, what do you want the referendum to be?
But along that, like that plan that you put up, what those steps would be. Obviously, we would talk about it, have our ideas, brainstorm, then there should be more input from the public.
So we have.
And then we go to design.
We have a August election cycle. We could.
When does that have to be?
There's no. I think this August we don't. There's no election.
Right.
So it's a year from now,
August.
right? So I think it is
And
April.
November.
I
And
think
November.
well, August, whatever it is, but I think April is August. So we have plenty of time to get it. But I can.
You'd have to have it in by April.
More
yeah, we
people.
have
I think
to
it's
have it.
April.
I think you're right.
More
April
people
or June.
vote in November than in August.
True. But it depends on what do you guys want me to bring back? Do you want me to have Lee just write referendum language and bring that back?
No, I think we should talk about it and have it be,
We need public workshops.
right. So maybe have a workshop where we discuss some of the previous plans.
But a real workshop, not led by us, led by people who do this. It should be a real workshop and led by facilitators, and we get to sit and listen. I mean, you know what you think. We need to hear what the people who
There's
live
been
here.
a lot of public input on this. I think that was Mike's point.
Yeah, there has been.
We're not starting from scratch. You don't agree?
So you're saying we should abide by prior referendums to as great a degree as possible?
Well, this hasn't gone to referendum. What I'm saying is you have a series of different plans that you could start to lean on, and we could discuss, in a public setting, get feedback from the public on it, and start to solidify an idea. Hopefully that can be on a referendum. We can have it in by April.
I'm just asking that it's a true public workshop,
Yes.
not just us sitting up here yelling at each other, because that's not the point of it. And
I don't see this one as
How are
a
those-
yelling match, do you?
how were those workshops structured before, Mr. Martell? Were they real workshops or?
So originally there was the one that was, 3 hours long with lunch served was a full-on, all-day workshop. I think Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council was involved, and they did soup to nuts on it and had, lots of people involved. And we can, and
It
again.
wasn't formally run by the commission.
Jim
It
Paris did
wasn't.
the strategic plan and.
Well, the strategic plan's a different one. I'm talking about the
Jim
workshops that
did.
were done
I
where
think
they had
Jim Paris might
but
have
the
done
3
that.
workshops for the design of the City Hall site was really done through Stuart Main Street.
She has a lot of that stuff if you talk to her.
I mean, I can get that stuff. I'm happy to do a workshop. The question is, you know, do you want it in August? Because I'm happy to put it together in August, or do you want it later?
What do you think is an appropriate timeline?
I'd rather
But-
wait till,
In the fall, when more
Yeah, the
people,
fall.
the public is back in
Right.
town.
Do you think that would give you enough time to have a design, have something designed that could be put on a referendum for people to see?
Well, I don't know what you want me to design. You want a hotel?
Well, that's what we would be discussing in those workshops.
Right, so I don't know if in fact, if we were gonna do like they discussed back then, the discussion back then was to literally finish the design and not do any rough scale stuff, but when it went to referendum, to be able to tell the public,
That's what's
it's gonna
gonna
be
happen.
88 rooms, it's gonna have a ballroom that it holds exactly this number of people, it's gonna have this many parking spaces, it's gonna be exactly 38 feet tall, I mean, like, and you can see where they did the percentages of green space, they were measuring, literally, it's gonna have this much green space, it's gonna be this wide, and
was it an up or down, so was it an up or down vote on that very specific?
it never went to referendum.
Okay, right.
So that never happened. But the discussion was to ultimately go to referendum on, should we do a very specific project and ask them to vote on it? Or should we do a theory? And if it's a theory. Concept, then, yeah, we'll absolutely have enough time. But if it's a specific finished design, then no, we won't. Because, I mean, that's a lot more time involved and a lot more stuff. But my theory on it is, well, we could start, and if we start like, you know, September, October, and I put together some kind of workshop for us, and we start holding the meetings, and I'll have Mary pull all the rest of the stuff so we can put together everything we have on City Hall, McCarty's plan, Stuart News, Lucido plan, all of them, show it all, and then say, look, this is where we've been.
Yes.
Let's make a list of what we don't want, because that's pretty easy. I mean, I know nobody wants a gas station. I know nobody wants condos.
For me, the
I-
hotel thing at
Right.
this point is
The-
not with the hotels that have come, you know, are coming online, Nimesh and Raj's hotel, like, do we really need another 4-story hotel? I think that's overkill there. 1 and 2-story, extending Osceola, and then lots of green space, park, pergolas, beautiful, like kind of
Right,
McCarty's thing.
and to me, that discussion can happen at those workshops. Obviously, we don't need to go down the path of the, you know, wild stuff. And there was also discussions of marinas out there too, and of like being able to have, you know, public docks and people being able to use them and, you know, having boats there behind it.
There's not a lot of water out
It's shallow, but there was 2 designs done that ran out to it and provided water.
I think we have the new one, that new marina opening just across the way, I think. I'm not sure the city.
Well,
needs
again,
to-
I'm not trying to decide it right now,
Yeah,
I'm just saying what
You just
things
give an idea.
discussed.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so
let's
next-
schedule a moderated workshop. Let's find something.
That's great. And just tell me what timeframes you guys are thinking. I mean, because I'll bring it back. I can put it on the 28th as an agenda item to schedule the workshop. That way we can have some minute to think about it. And on the 28th, you guys can give me the feedback you want, and we can schedule it then.
There's a lot of interest in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of interest.
And, I mean, now that I'll have those leases on the agenda on the 28th, there's actually, it's imminent. I mean, it's a real deal. It's like, it's not just pie in the sky.
Thank you for doing that.
Okay. Any other questions or anything?
Any other questions of Mr. Martell?
No, for these workshops, Mike, do they work better at lunchtime or like 4 o'clock and on, as far as participation?
On the 28th, you guys can decide that. My experience has always been that people work, and so if you want attendance, it needs to be after 5.
Okay, so if we started at 4:30,
Something like that.
maybe even, okay.
I mean, again, but you guys
I'd
can
rather
choose. I
see
mean,
that
those
instead of
workshops
lunch.
were 9 to noon. I mean, there's also, we had charrettes on Saturday from 9 to 1 too, so you
I
can
like
do it
that
whenever you
idea.
want.
Yeah, I like, honestly, Saturday you'll get, you know, I'm just saying more people are available.
Right.
People
We
are
could do-
tired at the end of the
We
day.
could do 2.
I mean, yeah, that's possible, you can do 2.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to a Saturday, by the way.
And quite frankly, depending on how we do them, you know, if you guys
Feedback
want,
wise.
to hire one of these guys that have done some of the designs, whether it's Lucido or Houston or one of these guys, and literally.
You've got enough history that
Right.
you could recap it.
Right.
you know?
Yeah, and I can.
You were not involved and had
but-
no sense of what was going on.
But at a lot of workshops, it's more information gathering than it is you guys having to make decisions.
Correct.
The decisions come after that.
Right.
So it wouldn't be mandatory for every one of you to be at 2 workshops if we had 2. As long as you could make one, you could always review the other
I
one or
think we
whatever.
should extend an invitation
Right.
to anybody who had a part in
Right.
producing a plan.
Right.
You know?
Sure.
I
don't know that we want to expend an expense to hire someone to do it.
I think we need a professional facilitator.
Absolutely.
Well, rather than decide that tonight, I'll put it as an agenda item. I just added it. I'll add it tomorrow at the staff meeting. We'll have an agenda item on the 28th as it relates to scheduling the workshop. You guys be thinking about, do you want a facilitator? Do you want it during the day or at night or on the weekend? And what approach do you want to take?
Did they have a
when we're done?
facilitator for the last workshops?
For those, yeah.
They did. Who was it?
I don't remember, to be honest with you, off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I think one of them was Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, but I don't know the other.
Okay.
What do these cost?
Honestly, I have no idea, because I'm not talking about having somebody rewrite the code. I'm talking about
Yeah.
come for 3 or 4 hours
No,
and
it's
have a
like a few
workshop and take down
$1,000
the
or
information.
something.
You know, it's not. And seeing how the CRA did so well in today's presentation, this is a CRA location, so we can stick them with it.
That's right. Jody's like, yup.
Any other questions?
That's it. Thank you, guys.
Seeing no other items for our consideration, the meeting is adjourned.